But the thing that's also great though is just obviously his phone found it and then he doesn't really engage with that occasion and then sitting there.
I'll keep him on as a calling card. Yeah.
With actual calling cards, these things.
Anxious.
You think, better cards.
Oh well, get a better dealers as we need them.
We are I know I can count on not to get you are my top dealer. You are the one.
They left me on for like 3 hours yesterday, so
You can handle this.
I want to see how Amy handles the satellite thing. It's very fast paced. Got there in the end.
Worth give me the bag towards. Put them all in there.
New ones of those, have we?
New. I had a Shinto, yeah?
Yeah.
Looks that way.
I got the one from yesterday.
Well, they did say yesterday, always keep the cards with your chips.
The chips going in.
That's
the
what
cards
you were
gotta
going
go
to
in.
do, yeah.
Oh, that's actually a point, yeah. I've still got mine from yesterday.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
I think it's kind of invalid now, I guess.
Yeah, just need the new ones now.
I don't know which one is the new.
The one with table 1 on it.
Yes.
Everyone's,
You're going to watch out for this guy, he's sharp.
No, I just had coffee.
So, boy, but I wouldn't manage that.
nice to see a Southampton reg. Feature table as well.
Just such a thing as a Southampton irregular.
Not really.
Hannah, can you open these two bags and just don't touch the chips, just pour them out and leave the bags
Expecting all this.
I'll do that.
I was just about to go. You here, sir?
You alright? Yeah, good, thanks.
You're regretting
Yeah.
Do you want me to do that one first?
What is it?
Alright, I'm open.
On the TV as well.
I got all the bags here if you want.
The live seating table, isn't it? Yeah, we've seen it live on there.
Yeah, this is the feature table. Camera.
Neil be doing
The screen up there. See everyone. No pressure though.
No.
So all those bluffs you run on the national whatever internet TV.
27 is on this table.
Not
On
good.
table 2, I'd be the largest.
Just come here and deal.
All the chips are on it.
I do think we have Diari as well, yeah.
Kind of polarising your betting options.
Yeah, he's that one.
Ferrari's got 100. What you've got? No, I'm much happier to be on this table than that guy went because I just got free jam on it.
Just reminding you can answer something like there were no deals made at the event. The winner of the other value from
We've just like agreed that.
See, 25 would have called.
You dropped me a couple days ago. Oh, wouldn't you? That's impossible. Yeah, you did. That was impossible. Here's Friday. Yeah, you're next to me. I'm not sure it's possible. Where's the other Tony Punk? Where is he? He's on mine. Fucking hit you. Fucking over the You got lucky. And then that's
Can you hurry up and start your trip?
yeah, yeah. Sorry. I'm trying to do it. Ben, how you doing?
Fuligino. Fuligino?
Don't let this guy commentate.
Is it that good?
We're all in or something like that. Ben? Yeah.
He prefers punk.
Yeah. No, yeah.
I'm going to say everyone called me Die or something like that. Easier, yeah.
For Ben or Benjamin?
Ben's fine, yeah, cheers.
So, on the feature table you're watching, it's a decision here for Ben to the left of the dealer. Deary's bet out 20,000 into a pot of about 35, 40,000. The board is King, Ace 4, Ace 7. Decisions on Ben. But he's only going to have about 30 seconds left to make that decision now. And he decides to fold in the end there. So let me give you a rundown of who we've got on this feature table. In seat 1 is Mark Anderson. In seat 2 is Stephen Head. Seat 3 is Mike Slee. We lost Clive in seat 4 early on. Seat 5 is Kyle Policino. Seat 6 is Mark Porter. Seat 7 is Deary Kadir. Seat 8 is Chris Webber. And seat 9, the man who was just making that decision there, is Ben Kimber. Some decent sized stacks at this table, 60, 70k, a couple of 90ks at the start of the day. You'll see those on the right of your screen. We've got 12 minutes, or actually a little bit less than 12 minutes now left of this level. Blinds are 600, 1200 with a running ante of 200. We've already lost 4 players today, so we're down to 41. Yesterday, 125 players sat down with their initial stack of 15,000 chips. 110 sold out before the event started, and we managed to get 15 alternates in the first 4 levels. Top prize today is £2,855 plus APAC Gold Medal and a Destination Vegas 2017 package coming out with us to celebrate our Season 10 in Vegas next summer. The plane is already getting full. So today we've already lost Stephen Lewis in 45th place, Clive Handy in 44th, Joe Carhill in 43rd, and Soham Basu in 42nd. The chip counts on the right of your screen are the starting stacks at the beginning of the day. We'll try and update those as we go, but obviously day 2s tend to be quite hectic for the first 3 or 4 levels, with players trying to play down to the cash and then the final table. We're playing top 13 today. It'll be a 9-handed final table later on this evening. And Stephen Head takes down that one to the right of your screen. Right then, so we've got Stephen in the small blind and Mike in the big blind this hand. And it's folded all the way round to Chris Webber. Who bets 2,500. Ben folds, as does Mark. And Stephen's reaching for chips and he makes the call. Mike in the big blind is really priced in here now. Very bottom of your screen, you can see the back of his head there. There's cards in front of him. So they're going to see a flop. It's 9 of spades, 5 of spades, king of diamonds. Actions on Stephen. He's checked, so Chris bets out. And Chris bets out 2,800, and that's enough to get through. Stephen folds. So it's Mike in the small blind this time and Kyle in the big blind, which means it'll be Mark Porter to act first. Don't forget, we've got Destination Vegas satellite at 3 o'clock this afternoon here at the Grosvenor Casino. Uh, 75 plus 7 buy-in, 1 Vegas package guaranteed. We've been running these at all of our live events this season. And the winner of today's main event will also win a Vegas package as added value, courtesy of Grosvenor Casinos.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, but I was ready for after the hand, and then we were going to have words. So you said to Diari that Savannah raises 25, and what's happened is he's corrupted you.
Yeah. Changed it. No, I feel like the 24 is just it's not happening now. What, that hand? No. Talking about standard rates. It was 24. It was working on. It's 24. You were right. It becomes 3, and then it's all of a sudden it sneaked up to 36. I see. Someone's just going to raise 4 now, isn't it?
You've broken the rules, do you?
My fault. My fault. I just saw the card, didn't like it. Knocked it over.
And we lose Glenn Gaines in 41st place.
Well, I nearly did say yours, but I figured he was.
So we lose Andrew Till in 40th place. All in on the feature table. And it's Mike Slee. And Chris Webber's asking for a count. It's 24,000 is the count. Mike's at the bottom of your screen and Chris at the top. And Chris says no thanks and folds.
How much has Tristan done back on the 3-card poker?
So we're blinds up. Blinds up next hand. And blinds are moving up to 800, 1600 with a running ante of 200. I'm watching this feature table in a formidable rail with two APAC legends is the only way to describe them. Simon Brooks, say hello, Simon.
Good evening, everyone.
And Tristan Chaplin.
Afternoon, everyone.
And when I say legends, I wasn't messing about. I meant leg ends, absolutely leg ends. Yeah. I'm going to try and talk these two into doing a little bit of commentary, perhaps on this feature table for a while before they decide whether to play the Vegas satellite at 3 o'clock. I may have to help them out by telling them who it is that they're actually commentating on. I think they'll know a couple of the players because Mark Porter and Chris Webb are both part of Team Gotham. A well-renowned APAT, I'll say group, super group, yeah. I can't think of anyone in super groups. I'll give you a microphone because that'll be easier, Simon, than me passing it across to you.
All right. Temptations?
We mean business because I've pulled out the second microphone. This is serious stuff now. This is. Of course
Is it on?
Yeah.
Look at all this new technology you've entered in.
Tristan's an expert at this, by the way. So I mean, he did a good stint at the World Champs in London for us earlier on in the year.
I know that. I listened to the commentary.
To be fair, we had to
Before I
delete,
fall
we had
asleep
to
any
delete
time.
most of it. It was
Yeah.
it was not really suitable for work.
It's inaudible. If I just read you a text message that Tristan sent me previously.
See, that's a beast of a phone you've got there, Si. That's nearly a.
You know what they say, Lee?
laptop.
Big phones, and
Big pockets.
that's what they say. Big phone calls. I can't find it, but it was basically gibberish. And I mean, he hadn't even started drinking.
Tristan, any retort to this?
Not at the moment, Lee, but give me a few moments.
Right then, so just remind those of you around the table who we've got here. We've got Mark Anderson in seat 1, Stephen Head in seat 2, Mike Slee in seat 3, Kyle Policino in seat 5, Mark Porter seat 6, Dari Kadir seat 7, Chris Webber seat 8, and Ben Kimber in seat 9.
Just looking around, Lee, the stacks are reasonably deep for this stage of day 2.
Yeah, you can see on the right of your screen the starting stacks at the beginning of the day for all the players that are left in, and you'll see those that have exited at the bottom of the list, the end of the list of shame for those that have exited. But yeah, a bunch of these guys started with between 70 and 90,000. There was about 4 or 5 stacks around that. Bear in mind, Chip Leader I think was only on just over 100,000, so this is quite a well chipped up table.
So the average is now 40 bigs. For this stage of a day 2 is pretty big. I mean, there's still a lot of play left in here.
Yeah, it's a nice structure, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we've got a flop here of 3 deuce 9. Who have we got in the hand? So we've got Chris Webber. Looks like he's reaching for some chips from the button.
I think he was the pre-flop aggressor in this hand.
Yeah. So he's picked up both the blinds in Ben and Mark, both in this hand. How much is that bet there, Si?
The bet is 3,800. And it looks to me as though there's about 6k in the middle. So it looks like it was a click pre. Check back on the flop. And we've got a 12 from the small blind. But that's a fold.
Ben seems to be a bit of a dweller. He had the call clock on him earlier on. I mean, it was it was a big hand, to be fair. But Mark Porter called the clock on him eventually. And pretty much he let it run right the way down there and folded with about a second to go. So
Okay.
But it's enough of a bet from Chris. Gets it through. I mean, what's Chris betting that? I mean, he's raising the button. Does he have to be that strong for the button to be making
Absolutely
that sort
not.
of move?
His range there is very wide. Obviously, it would be player dependent on the people in the blinds. He will have played with them for the last level, so 45 minutes. He'll have a good gauge on what they're defending their blinds with, and his range is very wide there. He could be opening very, very wide.
Now, you guys have played in. Well, actually, maybe I should ask this question to Tristan really about playing day twos at an APAT event.
It feels like this day of commentary is just going to be full of rubs.
Absolutely,
I'm excited to hear them.
But we've come back with 45 players today. Obviously, we're playing top 13. So, I mean, how do you treat a day 2? You know, when it's still quite deep in the tournament, but obviously still a long way to go before we hit the cash.
That's right. I mean, you just a new table, new situation, just trying to assess the players as quickly as possible, really. But with 40 bigs, Lee, you got so much time where you just set yourself. It's take it as you see it, really. I guess.
So Mike Slee's gone all in under the gun here.
I would say that's probably around about a 30k stack, which at the moment is around about 20 bigs, just shy of 20 bigs.
Now he's made this move about three, maybe 4 times so far today. Just the pre-shove. Got it through every time. And he's just got the blinds and a quick shake of the head there from Stephen, and he's going to get it through. He's not shown once yet, no. And same again. I mean, when you're making those moves, those pre-moves, do you want to show cards or not?
No, not really. No. Never want to really give any information about this stage, to be honest. So no real reason at all.
Under, I think, a 20 big blind stack, you're looking at shoving and calling ranges. I think by shoving under the gun with 20 bigs and getting it through, I think by showing, you're giving away a lot of information as to what your ranges are. If you show 6s, for example, people know that you're shoving therefore 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s with that stack under the gun. you don't want to give people too much of an indication of what you're shoving, especially competent players like Mark and Chris, who are on this table, who will then call depending on the range that they allocate you. So yeah, I think just quietly mucking and taking the chips is always the best option.
Yeah, and the thing with 20 big stack is you don't really want to raise pre-flop and get called. You're leaving yourself very shallow. So myself personally, 18 to 20 bigs under the gun is, I agree with Simon, just raise and take the blinds.
So it's Deary going to race this one up to crikey. I don't see how much that is. He's put in 3,200, which is a min. I think he hadn't realised the blinds had gone up, so he's min raised it, and he's got a caller from Mark on the button. So it's going to be 2 players to the flop.
Have we discussed his moustache lately?
No, not even mentioned it.
Not mentioned it.
I've not even mentioned it yet.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. So we've got a flop of 10, 9, 3, 2 spades, and check from Deary and a bet of 4,000 from Mark. Gets that through. Mark to the right of the dealer as you're looking. He's going to be stacking chips with a baseball cap on and headphones. He's proper. I mean, he's only missing the sunglasses, and he's got the hat trick, isn't he, of poker professionals.
He would look at home in a Las Vegas card room. If we can get him a Stetson, which I think we could probably get, I think we can find him
we're
one
in
in
Portsmouth.
the break.
Surely that can't be difficult, can it?
From what I've seen in Portsmouth, this place is full of cowboys.
Two caps, a hoodie, sunglasses, and speaker. I mean, it's great to accessorise, really, to be honest.
If only we were playing poker's live stream and bingo, we'd be all be smashed by now.
Have we not been playing bingo? I assume that's where my fall down had come from. Just looking around the room, Lee, we've got some APAT royalty in the field.
Yes, we have
today.
actually. Yeah, absolutely.
And John Murray is still in.
Yeah, John
also.
Murray's still in. It's local for him. So to be honest.
And have we plugged Staker yet? We should talk about Staker.
I've not even mentioned it.
Have we not?
No, I've not even got around.
So
to
I believe
mentioning it,
for this event, there was a Staker event running where
yes, that's right. Yeah,
you could stake any players you want in the field, and the person that cashes for the most money gets an APAT national seat.
So for those at home that don't know what Staker is, Simon, just explain it. Because you've played it a little bit. So
I've played it. I've had a go at it.
Player, so it's kind of easy. I can pitch it, but it actually comes better coming from someone that's had a go at it and has got involved.
Well, it appears to me that Staker is obviously most poker players have had experience in either being staked or staking players. This is a very similar concept where it's a fantasy sports game, and you're staking players in a tournament, and your score is your share of their winnings that you buy. So if I was to buy 50% of Chris Webber, for example, that would cost me £41 of staking money, of my staking fund. But if he cashes for £2,000, then my return of that is £1,000, and that would be my score.
Yeah, so we run some free kind of fun money games of which this event is one of them. So you could have gone on and pretty much use your budget to buy a stake of anyone you want in the field. We pretty much had, because we were sold out 110 runners per start. We had a full player list before we started, so pretty much could go fill your boots, guys. Who do you fancy? And we even kept it open right up until the alternates had finished as well. So
okay, that's interesting.
So you had a chance to pretty much see some maybe that got a bit of a stack at the start of the day.
It's a great interactive tool. I think it gives people who are unable to come to the APAT events a chance to really rail the events as if they were here and still have a vested interest. And obviously, as it was only a fun exercise, I didn't take it that seriously and actually backed Tristan.
Well, there you go.
Which feels like burning money, to
Tristan,
be fair.
I'm assuming obviously you backed Simon in return?
Yes, I did, yeah. And with the...
Did you play, Tristan? Do you have a computer?
No, we ran Staker over the World Series over in Vegas this summer. Huge success. Ran it over a majority of the actual tournaments that ran. great fun, and a lot of people won some free seats on the back of that. The winner of this weekend's staker gets a free APAC national seat.
Yeah, very generous, very generous. Like Des Duffy, he's got deep pockets.
Well, that is, I mean, that's from Des's own personal APAC tickets.
What a
stash.
guy! What a guy!
Yeah,
What a guy!
Yeah, it's not often he opens that vault and lets any of those tickets out, but you know.
There were moths flying around the guard room earlier on. I presume Des had opened up.
Yeah, absolutely.
While we're talking about Vegas, actually, Lee, let's talk about the Vegas trips that APAC are giving away this year.
Yeah. I mean, the winner of this main event today, UK Amateur Poker Champion, will walk away with a Destination Vegas package worth about 50. Well, I'd say it's worth about 1,500 quid. It keeps going up with the exchange rate the way we're going. We're getting, Brexit has a lot to answer for, but it's pretty much going to be your flights, accommodation, and entry into a $500-ish tournament, which may or may not be the Colossus at the World Series.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it absolutely will. I mean, I think that's pretty much the biggest live tournament in the world.
Yeah, how many runners? It's 20,000 runners?
Yeah, 20,000 odd runners. Something
and the winner got $1 million for a $500 buy-in. That's some return.
Absolutely frightening, yeah. I mean, you can only imagine, anyone getting ROIs like that. I mean, it just doesn't happen, does it?
I heard a story of somebody.
Doesn't happen.
Did somebody buy in for a tournament for 1 penny? I mean, it does feel like this live streaming of the APAC events, which are done very professionally, are for the APAC community, for the benefit of the APAC community. But it really gives Lee a chance to brag about his success, his personal success.
You know how hard it is to brag when you're actually commentating on your own, though? It's really difficult.
Well,
it's so difficult to shoehorn it in, but yeah.
I think if we ran a poll of people at home, I think we come out with a positive result.
So you did Vegas in summer?
We went as a group. The A team of the team Gotham were there. We were there for 2.5 weeks, and I think half of us were able to stand up by the end of those 2.5 weeks.
That's always good. Nothing wrong with that. Well, we're say APAC are doing Vegas next summer for our season 10 anniversary. All packaged up as Destination Vegas 2017. We're giving away a free package added value for every one of our live events this year, main event. We're also guaranteeing packages in online and live satellites. Now, you can play a live satellite at 3 o'clock today here with one package guaranteed.
And what time is that, Lee?
I believe 3 o'clock.
Wow, so they've got 2 hours to get from wherever they are to Portsmouth.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's pretty much wherever you are in the country, you can get to Portsmouth in 2 hours, can't you?
So,
pretty much, yeah.
Portsmouth is pretty much the central hub of the country, as we all know.
That's pretty much it. Get a boat, plane, train, automobile.
I don't care how you get here, Lee.
Yeah,
just get here if you can. So we've got a raise under the gun here to 3,300 by the looks of it, and small blind is defending. Now, what's his name? What's his name in the small blind league?
He's Deary.
Oh, Deary. Okay.
So
and he has a wonderful match.
So it was Ben that raised it up under the gun, and Chris has come along as well from the big blind.
And we've got a flop of Queen 9-8. No flush draws. I think it completes a lot of the small blind and big blinds ranges there. But we've gone check, and the original raiser is now reaching for chips. And he makes it 4,000 to a pot of around about 10. And we see a fold from the small blind. And Chris in the big blind looks interested, but we see a fold. So the continuation bet from under the gun takes it down. Nice pot there. Any pot one pre or post flop now is a nice pot. Pots are getting big and poker is getting expensive.
So afternoon again, guys. I'll just be taking over from Lee. He's just drawn away to his computer to do a few of the updates. So it'll just be me and Simon for a few minutes, I'm afraid.
Apologies for that. Looking around the room, Tristan, can you see anybody any big stacks that you've played with, or any that you were particularly impressed with yesterday that you feel might be in contention?
I'm looking around. There is a gentleman we know, Tony Johnson, I believe, who's went through a chip leader, I believe, Simon. He may be one to keep an eye on.
He's a very impressive young man with a very impressive flock of hair.
I hope we're not going to go to a Ginger reference here, Simon. I don't think we want to go there, do we?
I didn't mention it.
So we've just lost Lisa Greer in 39th place and David Two Vegas Package Griffiths in 38th.
Played with them both for all day yesterday until I was busting. Very impressed with them both. Lisa was very aggressive. She was on my left, very tricky.
And obviously with David, he's been winning most of the tournaments recently, so...
David's been a bit of a hound dog lately.
As he's already won 2 Vegas, so I'm sure he doesn't mind actually not quite winning one this time.
So we're down to 38 players, is that right, Lee? 36, okay. Are we sure about that now? Okay. We like to go for accuracy on the live stream. So we're 3 ways to the turn on a 7-10 ace deuce flop, and we see a lead from seat number 1 and a call from the button. And we have a queen on the river and check.
Okay, so it looks like we have quite a reasonable pot here. 9,000 is the river bet.
So we see seat 1 leading out on the turn and checking the river. The seat number 8, who is a young man with a very impressive moustache, says love me tender and put 6,000 into the pot, which sees a fold, and he takes it down.
Size of that pot, Simon, it was sort of a case of return to sender really for C8 there. Okay, ladies and gents, we still playing 8-16-2.
If you cut him in. Have you got a piece of paper that's in?
Okay, ladies and gents, we are folding round 2. Mr. Chris Webber on the button. We're min clicking to 32. We've got Ben in the small with a decision. He's going to fold. Mark's going to complete. We're going to go to the flop.
Chris Webber in seat 9 looks a little bit like the devil in disguise with that cap on. Would you say, Tristan?
I certainly would. With the hand to his chin is the normal posture there. It's been checked to Chris. He's going to take a stab at the flop. It's a fold from the big blind. He seems to have a.
I'm trying to get chip stacks as well.
The big blind folded there, Simon. But I mean, it's a case of almost in suspicious minds, really, with Chris's bet there.
Chris takes advantage of having position in that hand. It's almost like he has a wooden heart. We see seat 2 in the big blind. He seems to be short, and it's almost, I think, it's probably going through his head that it's now or never at some point.
I have to agree with that, Simon. Okay, right. Michael is under the gun. He's going to fold. Carl's going to fold. Mark folds. Jared's going to make it 4,100. Chris next door is 20 up. Okay, so it looks like we're going to see a 3-bet here.
It's going to be ace.
It's easy. Nice and easy.
That could have been difficult.
Still might be. We've got Asa McGrath joining the table.
Okay. I don't want to disturb someone. We've just got a 3-bet here from Chris pre-flop 9.
You say you don't want to, Tristan, but you're going to anyway, is that?
Pretty much did anyway, didn't I? Yeah. To 9,400, I believe. Got Stephen in the big blind. He's going to fold.
No, it's 11-3 there, Tristan. Would you like to borrow my glasses?
Yeah, I think 11-3, yeah.
So the original bet was 4,100, correct? And the 3-bet was to 11,003.
Yes, thank you, Simon. Yeah.
Call him teacher.
It's important to keep standards up on this live stream. And we see a call from Deary. So it is Deary and Chris to the flop. And we see a flop of 10-3-3. 2 clubs. Quite a big pomp brewing already. Looking at stack sizes, I would say Deary has around about 80 or 90,000. Chris, I would say, has around about 40 or 50,000 in his stack. So with 22k in the middle, it's getting big already.
I mean, with a paired ball here, Simon, with Chris 3-betting pre-flop, I would expect him to take a shot at this.
Absolutely. It's not a flop that should scare a 3-better. So if we're telling a story, we still have to keep up with that story. But
Chris is bet to 9,400. Yeah, he's just check shipped it. He's put the line.
Yeah, Deary's all in. He's put Chris to the test.
I mean, on a board texture like this, Simon, are you presuming it's a flush draw, or is it possibly a made hand? Or?
It could be a very wide range of hands. I've not played with this chap before, but I've heard he's a bit splashy. So it could be anything. We're down to 35 players. And Chris is counting out a stack to see if he can justify a call here. I just can't help believing that it's a tricky spot that he's in.
Well, Chris is having a real think here, but I think he's going to be folding, and he does.
And he's folded. So we see an example there of the game of no limit hold'em and putting maximum pressure on your opponent.
Chris loses quite a substantial pot here. But with this blind structure here, I mean, he's still super comfortable, really, Simon.
Absolutely. Chris is very comfortable playing a stack of a big stack or a small stack. And at the moment, I would say he has approximately 50k there. Around about 30 bigs. There's still a lot of manoeuvrability in his stack. That was manoeuvrability with about 3 O's, by the way, just in case.
I did sort of that. Okay, we got an open from C5 Carl to 3,200. We're folded round to the blind. Okay, just got a big blind to get past, Michael. He's actually going to 3-bet this to 9,000. And it does the job. Instant fold from Carl, and Michael takes the pot.
How much you play? About 40. Sweet.
Here we've got a well-known player on the circuit, Asa McGrath, joined us here. He's going to be in seat 4. What's his stack size there, Simon?
Who's that? Seat 4, Asa, about 40k.
Yeah, so he's coming 40k to the table, so quite comfortable. Okay, Carl's going to open again to 3,200. It's folded around to the blinds again. Michael's going to fold the small. Asa folds the big, so Carl's going to take that one down.
Let's have a little walk around the room. See who's around. Excuse me. Sorry, mate.
Hey guys, Mr. Brooks is just going to have a little wander around the room and see if he's going to have a look for any stacks. He'll come back to us soon. Stuck with me, I'm afraid. Apologies for that.
Seems our chip leader coming into the day, Tony, is chipping up nicely. Seems to have about 140, 150k.
Back in the
Shirley Cole's gone in 35th. Our champion from Luton last season. Always stays loose. Always runs sleep. Never seen him with a massive stack, but always seems to go incredibly deep. And of course, our England captain from last year. Triumphant, second. Yeah, it seems to be a sit and go for the Viva Las Vegas satellite for this afternoon, which you still have an hour and 44 minutes to come from wherever you are to participate in.
Anyway, guys, we went 3-way to the flop on this board with just 2 players left, which is Ace and Jerry.
This is our first look at Asa McGrath in seat 4, who bets out on a board of 7-6-5 deuce.
Queen.
There you go. Pretty raggy board, and takes it down. I mean the
one that you want. Yeah, I've just told you.
I might take the microphone outside in a bit. Speak to the shoppers. Now there's a game.
Right, okay. New-handed, Jerry under the gun. 4,500.
What do you guys feel? Because I was expecting this to go a little quicker today. Normally day twos absolutely just fly with exits, but seems to be quite slow.
We had a barrage in the first level, didn't we? Which seems to have slowed down now. But with a two-day tournament starting in level 12 with an average of 46 bigs, nearly 50 bigs, you can see why people are taking it pretty slowly. There's so much manoeuvrability in the stacks that we don't seem to be losing players at the rate that we usually do. But we do all in and a call on an outer table, and it's King Jack versus Ace King, and it's Jack-Eye board, and King Jack wins it. Yeah, just. I've told him how rude you are. Yeah. What's your stack? Brilliant. Okay. Our chip leader coming into today, Tony, has a lot of chips in front of him and is unwilling to count them. 120? 120-ish. 120-ish.
So sorry. Yeah, like probably like, I'm so sorry.
Right, okay, ladies and gents. We got a few folds. Fold it around to Kyle. He's going to take a shot, 3,200. Mark's going to fold. Jerry's going to fold. Chris is in the big blind.
Chris is cutting out 3-bet. Here's rest.
Yeah, looks like you're alright, Simon.
9,400 is the bet.
With an instant fold from Kyle, so Chris is going to take that one down.
There's a shout from the £10 satellite in the corner of the room there, Tristan. What do you think? Pair beats another pair, or?
But I think perhaps, I mean, I'm going to go for perhaps 2 pair, 1 pair, ice kick or something. Yeah, perhaps 2 pair to 1.
Yeah, I mean, that could be anything from a 1 to a 20 out of the.
Back again, guys. Ace is going to come in with an open here.
It's made it 36.
3,600 is the number.
We're not seeing much deviation in the opening sizes between players at this stage. People want to keep the pot small. But we are seeing a 3-bet here from seat 5.
Yeah, Kyle, I believe, yeah.
Kyle Cappuccino.
9,100.
Now, Asa has a stack of about 40k, which at the moment is approximately 23 bigs, and he's already open, so. But he does elect a call.
That's an interesting move.
It doesn't leave a huge amount of options for him post-flop.
What's the flop there, Tristan?
It's Queen 4-8, 2 clubs.
And we see a check from Asa, which is in flow. And seat 5 is weighing up his options. And Ace's chip set.
It's the two players just either side of our flop cam, bottom of the screen as you're looking at it. Kyle's put a bet out there, I think.
Looks to be about 12,800.
Wow.
About half the pot.
Yeah, Ace is just mopping up his options here.
And folds.
He's going to fold and Carl's going to take it down.
And we're losing somebody. Seat 1.
It's seat 1, Mark is on the move. Just to balance out the table. Still playing 4 tables, I believe.
So for those at home that don't know, I mean, why are we moving players, guys? How explain what the reason for that at this point in the tournament, why that happens?
Well, I mean, theoretically, we'll start 9 or 10 handed, and obviously, if you lose 1 or 2 players on a table when you're down to 6 or 7 handed, you'll be moved to another table to even out the table. So you're on 9 or 8 handed. I know that's a pretty terrible explanation. I know, but
I'm not educated enough to offer an explanation.
Zoned out. What did he say?
Yeah. I could see his lips moving. But unfortunately, if you're the first out of the tournament on a regular basis, you're not going to experience a table move. So I can't really judge.
Yeah. Tristan, do you want to explain to Simon about antes and how they work? Yeah.
When's the next train back to London?
Okay, guys. We are. Ace is going to open here, or has opened to 3,600.
And we're seeing a 3-bet here from Mark Porter in seat 7.
Yep, to 8,500. Was it?
Tourist shopping and everything.
Tom Clark's just arrived,
Ace
clutching
opens.
a handful of souvenirs.
Mark, 3-bet. Now it's Chris on the button.
I didn't even know you could get souvenirs from a weekend in Portsmouth.
Is Portsmouth a renowned tourist town, Tom? Is this your first time south of Birmingham?
I reckon he's probably left his Kiss Me Quick hat in the hotel room, yeah?
How were the donkeys,
Okay,
Tom?
Chris fold. We got Ben in seat 9.
Did you bring me an ice cream or a stick of rock?
But it melted.
You were going to bet it melted.
Okay, Ben is now 4-bet. Shipped. He's put the lot in.
That's a cold 4-bet there, Tristan.
Yeah, he's trying to ship the whole lot. We're folded back round to Asa, who was he originally raised here.
We're just in time to see his exit.
Okay, now Asa folds, and Mark folds, and Ben's going to win.
today's hands, aces versus jack 10.
Oh my god.
That was super weird. 3,200.
Okay, gents, another hand. Fold around to Carl. He's going to open 3,200. Fold around to Mike in C3. He's going to fold, and Carl's going to win that little pot.
Yeah. Like a straight, like aces, jack 10, flop comes jack 10, 10.
Okay, guys, another hand. Still playing 1600. It's folded round all the way to the blinds, actually. And Ace is going to have a walk. Yeah, that'll be accepted very well, I imagine.
I've just seen from a distance a huge hand on one of the outer tables. I'm going to go over and speak to Lucy in a minute to find out exactly what's gone on there, because just seeing a guy stack an absolute monster number of chips. It's the guy who sat to the right of John Murray, but I will go and work out who it is now and find out what's gone on. But looks like whoever he was in against has doubled him up, but it was a huge pile of chips.
Okay, guys, another hand here. Michael's going to open 3,500. Kyle is going to peel from the big blind. We see flop, king of diamonds, queen of diamonds, two of spades. Kyle's going to check. Michael's going to check. 9 of diamonds on turn. Kyle's going to take a stab at 4,000. Michael calls. Okay, we're going to go to the river. 4 of spades. Kyle slightly increases the bet to 4,800. Michael certainly looks interesting. Okay, Michael found the fold there. And Kyle's going to take down a nice little pot.
So it was Kieran Collins who stacked up all those chips over there. He actually started the day with about nearly 80,000.
Okay then, Lee, I can't quite see from here, but when I can just by the size of his chip stack, actually struggling to.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, how many?
No,
yeah,
I've got no idea how much he has, Lee. No.
Looks a lot though, doesn't it? No.
Yeah, and it looks nice. So we also have the blinds up this hand, I believe. Now.
How's the sea looking, Simon?
Choppy and cold.
Well, you shouldn't go for this open water swimming on a Sunday morning. It's a bad idea.
Certainly not nude. Not after last time.
I'm assuming they quashed the arrest in the end.
I got out with good behaviour after a certain period of time.
Yeah, 1 and 2K gents. Folding round to the small blind. Carl's going to go 4K.
It's a fairly straightforward move, isn't it? Blind on blind there. Yeah, in a small blind you just make that move.
Yeah. Mark's ranges our aces are above there, I think, in order to continue.
Do they need to be suited aces for him to at least call?
So I think you'll only see a call there, and maybe just a check fold on the flop.
Is Mark basically starting to think about ICM at that point? Yeah.
I think Mark is looking for aces to find a double up. Otherwise, he may well blind down to oblivion. Which can we talk about his jumper? Actually, he's looking very much like an international man of mystery today, in a navy roll neck.
Mark's to the left of your screen, who's now looking up at the TV. Just making sure we've got his good side.
His neck is very sore. He's never played this much poker in 3 days. He took great delight in informing us that he chopped the Friday tournament, the local Friday tournament here, and he's never played a full day of poker before. His neck is very, very sore. I think he may well have repetitive strain in syndrome. Is that even a thing? In his right wrist from folding so much.
Right, okay, gents. I don't want to stop from the Mark Porter ribbon. I mean, believe me, but Ace is going to open this one at 4,200. Folding around to Jerry. He's going to appeal. We're going to see a flop of Queen 7 deuce. Check, check. Jack of clubs on the turn completes a possible flush draw. Ace is going to call a bet. Two of hearts on the turn. Ace is going to call. It shows King Jack, and that is going to be good enough to take it out. Okay, guys. 1 and 2K. Ben is on the gun. He's going to fold. Stephen's going to fold. Mike's going to fold. Ace of folds. Kyle's going to open. 4K. Mark Porter has 3-bet shipped all in. Kyle instantly folds.
I feel like I've been bullied. I've been victimised here. I don't know what.
So Mark won that one. He probably found like queens or ace king or some some marginal hand like that.
Pair of jokers.
Pair of jokers.
Suited jokers. Suited jokers. Mark knows what he's doing. I mean, he's gone deep in a number of these APAC tournaments. He knows exactly how to play this at this time of the tournament.
Mark's strength in the tournament is fully dependent on how many times he gets dealt aces. Yesterday, he got dealt 8 aces and all kings.
All at the same time, or similar? Yeah.
I think he had his own deck, which when you're wearing a jumper like that, I think that's what you'd expect.
It's not just this jumper really, Simon. I mean, without doubt, probably the best dressed man in any tournament that I've played in.
Well, I don't think we want to blow smoke in his proverbials, but
there's a retailer called Mr. Porter that does proper gentleman's clothing and attire and that kind of thing. Yeah, and I've always thought whenever I see it, I always think maybe he has something to do with that.
Well, I've long had suspicions that Mark Porter is actually Batman. Pretty sure he's very Bruce Wayne-esque in his appearance and his demeanour, but not Batman-like.
Oh, Chris takes it down, chose jacks. Obviously, there's no good way to ever play jacks, so
the only way of playing it is surely just to get your chips in the middle and close your eyes. But Mark Porter is looking at Chris with disgust and wondering why he's playing those rags.
It's definitely worth a playback on YouTube once the event finishes, guys. Yeah.
Worth a watch. If Mark Porter isn't dismissible, I mean, there's some kind of family relation, or he knows someone somewhere.
From where? Sorry.
Mr. Porter.
Oh, from Mr. Porter. Okay. Is it a Mr. Porter jumper or is it Georgia Asda? It's difficult to tell these days.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a shame there are only Masseuses over here, because obviously he's played so much poker recently that.
So it's very good though if he chopped Friday night's tournaments. Already it's a profitable weekend for him.
It is. Although we did play OFC and that did cut into his profits slightly on Friday night. But it's always nice to have a mark at the table, if you excuse the pun, with money in his pocket.
So Mike's all in under the gun, a move which he's done a number of times so far today, to huge success actually so far. Just the blinds to get through here. Gets through the small blind, Tristan.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to win without showdown again, Lee.
Those shades are working overtime.
There was a bit of a sigh though when the big blind folded. So
this is one of the. I'm loving this card room. It's quite, for those of you that have not been here before. It's got probably about eight or 9 tables in here can fit. I know they squeezed a few more in for us yesterday, but there's valets permanently on call. There's TDs with extra start. I mean, really, Sarah and the team here have absolutely pulled out all the stops for us. First time we've been here in 10 years as a venue. I think most people probably say we'd want to come back. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's very impressive. Very impressive. And to be fair, most of our rooms have had a refurb recently, and every one that we've been to in each stop on this tour has been run superbly.
Just echo those words, really. I mean, fine dealers, competent dealers, valet's always on at staff, clean, comfortable room. Yeah, very good. Okay, another hand, guys. Jerry's gonna call for 2K. Chris is gonna fold. Ben's gonna fold. Stephen's gonna call. Mike's gonna check. 3 to the flop, Simon.
So we've got a limp pot here. Interesting. Both blinds and a mid-position limpo. And flop comes to Jack 10 with 2 clubs.
I presume with a board texture like that, an open limp from Jerry.
It's a flop that smacks that range, in my opinion.
Pretty much. I think so as well, I agree. And so do the blinds, and Jerry's going to win that one.
Gets 2 quick folds and he breaks in a nice pot. So we've got a big stack that's walked away from the table here, Tristan. How did he get his chip?
He's been very aggressive, really. Min raising perhaps 2 or 3 hands in orbit, Carl, and not too much resistance. There was a 3-bet chip from Mark Porter on his left, but in general, I wouldn't say bottom tail, but just looking really comfortable, to be honest. It would have been Carl under the gun here, but he's not. He's going to fold. Just missed it by a whisker as well.
Yep. And he's back.
Mike's going to fold. Chris is going to fold, but Ben in seat 9, I imagine he's going to play this hand.
And he opens 4,600 from the cut-off. We get a fold from the button. And after a couple of sighs, the small blind releases, and as does Acer in the big blind.
Okay, so that's a raise and take from Ben in seat 9.
Just looking around at the stacks here, Tristan, there seem to be a couple of short stacks and a couple of very big stacks that could prove to be an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps Chris, Mark, Stephen, and to a degree Mike, looking to perhaps make a move probably more sooner rather than later. There are stacks who can call them and can call them almost in a bit of comfort. So we're hopefully going to see a bit of action soon.
God willing. We've got an exposed card. It's Mark Porter who accidentally exposed a jack, and he gets replaced by another card, so the jack becomes a burn card.
Probably would have folded a jack anyway. To be fair.
Yeah, I don't think there's any card that would have gone with that jack that Mark would have played.
To be honest, I agree. I mean, jacks, jacks under the gun is just
bottom of Mark's range.
Folding round. Ben's going to open 4,500 is the number.
And we get folds up to the big blind, who is reaching for chips and makes the call.
Yeah, fold around to, Carl. I'm going to say board.
Interesting flop there of ace, king, 4, 2 diamonds.
Certainly a mission as the pre-flop aggressor. Benny's going to take a stab at this flop.
You would imagine if he hasn't connected with that board, he can legitimately represent that he has. And he bets 5,700.
So he's showing him some interest here, Simon.
He reaches for the call.
Right, we're going to see a turn card.
7 of diamonds.
Interesting to say the least. 7 of diamonds. Well, Carl's going to check. Let's see how Ben plays this turn. $12,200 is the number, guys.
Certainly representing strength here. It's quite a common look here, Tristan, in this new age with the hoodie over his head, and his hand by the side of his head, masking as much of his face as he possibly can. But we do see a call.
Yeah, Carl's going to make this call. Let's go to the river. That is a very interesting card. 7 of hearts.
Just a brick on the river. 7 of hearts there, pairing the board. Would you say seat 10 looks almost Dan Williams-esque?
Oh, that's what I've heard. That's what people
I mean,
have been saying.
I don't want to be mean to seat 10.
Obviously got a lot more chips than Dan Williams would have in general.
Well, certainly. I mean, he's in a day 2, which you would assume he's therefore a much better player than Dan Williams is.
Down to
30 runners.
We are down to 30 runners. We've just heard the call from Lee. So Amit Patel has gone in 31st. That's a blow to my staking. Yeah, Amit.
Wow.
Yeah, Amit beat me in the heads-up quarterfinals last year.
He's
Proved himself to be quite an adequate player. Obviously, beating me heads-up has no indication of his prowess.
Anyway, this pot, Ben decided to check the river, and with the King Jack, Cole had the ace-8, and that was good enough.
So we saw a check call on all 3 streets. Was that Tristan, or check on the river there?
It was a check on the river. So with that pot, Carl looks quite a very strong dominant force on this table now, Simon.
He certainly has an impressive stack in front of him. And a very calm demeanour at the table.
Very chilled, very relaxed.
So we're about halfway into the level of level 13. Blinds of 1,000, 2,000. Average stack appears to be around about 63,000, which is 31 big blinds, and still a level of playability even in the average stack there. So it doesn't look as though we have many people that need to get their stacks in desperation around the room, but as and when big hands collide, that's when we see the carnage that poker creates.
Certainly does. Okay, now Mike from seat 3 is going to come in for an open here for 7,000.
And it feels like a gimme into Mark's big blind there.
Yeah, Mike did indeed fold there.
Just trying to get some rough chip counts around this table here. Who do we? How much has Chris Webber got? Do we think?
I would say Chris is probably playing around about. I would say around about 50 to 60,000. So just under average.
Mark's shorty at the table.
Mark looks to be playing around about between 25 and 30,000.
I'm guessing our chip leader is probably Deary, is it?
I would say so. Or
I
this
would
young man
say-
in
I would
seat
say
5.
It's Carl in seat 5.
You think it's Carl?
Seat 5 has around about 150,000. And
Puts him up close with Tony Johnson, who's got about 160,000 now.
Tony Johnson has 160,000. He was our chip leader coming into day 2.
Anyway, gents, we have an open from Carl in seat 5. Mark's moved all in seat 6. Jerry's
and a
going to
flat
call
call from Dury.
in seat 7.
And
Seat 5 is going to reship all in seat 5.
this has got the potential to be a very big pot.
So,
The 2 chip leaders are colliding with Mark in the middle, who has got his stack in and seems to be the instigator.
So yeah, I mean Jerry has a big decision up. This could be a very big pot, guys.
So we have the chip leader at seat 5 with 150,000, and the second chip leader on the table is pondering a call. He looks to have at least 100,000 in his stack. I think he's asking for his original call to be pulled in, so that he can gauge and he's folded. Okay, so we've got King Jack for Mark Porter versus Queens for seat 5, Mr. Cappuccino. And we see a flop of 4 deuce 3. There's nothing in there to help Mark, although we do have runner on spades. 5 on the turn, and an ace on the river to chop the pot. Each player ending with a wheel, and Mark can breathe a heavy sigh of relief. And with the call there from Deary, it means that
Ace Queen of Spades, Deary.
and Deary folded the ace queen of spades apparently. So He would have obviously chopped the pot eventually, but
And,
what a flop that was for him. And Mark has increased his stack by about 50% without really.
yeah, like I say,
Absolutely, very nice spot.
so the best dressed man in Portsmouth somehow manages to increase his stack there.
Chris has just informed us that the Mark ended the hand with the straight, which is pretty much the minimum that he would commit his chips with. An unfortunate run out for Mr. Cappuccino there in seat 5. So with that pot now chips up to around about 40,000, which is not actually that far away from the average stack, and actually 15 big blinds. So he can afford to fold for a few more orbits before committing his stack.
Right, after that, guys.
For those of you who think I'm being overly harsh on Mark Porter, I revert your direction to the Omaha commentary from the World Championships this year, and that's brilliant. That's brilliant. This is mild hazing.
Can I just say that Chris Webber there actually received a walk in that hand. I just felt I needed to.
Would you say that's because of his reputation as a bit of a madman, Tristan? People are maybe scared of him?
Quite possibly. I mean, I can only presume that is a possibility there. But I mean, it was gratefully received, I imagine.
Oh, free money, I would say, but he certainly has that reputation as a bit of a wild card.
Actually, I mean,
He certainly doesn't play by the book, does he?
Anything is possible with this particular gentleman on the poker table.
Some might say, including himself, that he's probably a level above his thinking, but it does feel at this point that he might just be clicking buttons.
Right, okay. New hand. Ace of C4 opens. 4,200 to go, gentlemen.
So Ace is open to here to 4,200. What is his stack like there, Tristan?
Opened out of about 44,000. Yeah, 22,
So approximately
23.
25 bigs here. Ace is grinding up and chipping up quite nicely now, after losing a couple of reasonable sized pots.
Seat 2 is going to leave us, Simon. Stephen is going to move to another table. Bit of
We're
table
losing
balance
C2,
here.
so we'll now be 700-handed here, Tristan.
Just one more to lose for the last 3 tables.
Seat 2 being moved.
Stephen Smith.
Just lost 2. We've just lost Lee Efford in 30th place, and you ready for this one in 29th?
Not John Murray.
John Murray's gone. Maybe I should have warned you before I said that. It was too much all in one hit. Yeah.
I'm sure my silence is an indication of how devastated I am that John Murray has departed us in 29th place. Another sterling effort from John Murray and another.
The silver lining is he's not got far to go home.
He's never really got that far to go home. John Murray is a bit of a no-man. I also had John Murray in my staking, which again felt a little bit like betting money. But we have a huge pot over on an outside table. Ace-7 versus Queen, and the board ran out 6-8, 10, 8-3. It looks like we're going to lose a player. The Ace-7 holds.
That last hand, guys, with the raise and take from the button.
Sorry, mate. It seems to be starting to lose a few players at a regular speed now, Tristan. And we're breaking a table by the looks of it, so we're going to be down to 3 tables.
Yeah, down to 27 players. should be receiving 2 more on our table soon tonight.
Who are we hoping for, Tristan?
Oh my goodness, I'm looking around and I see some talent.
There's APAC legend Mark Lasman, who is still in the field. We've got our chip leader Tony Johnson.
I only just probably met Mark Lasman yesterday actually, and over a drink, obviously, naturally, as is our style.
He is from Zimbabwe.
Quality, absolute top guy.
Dwayne Stacey is stood up. Let's go and see what's happening here. So Dwayne Stacey is all in with King Queen of clubs against Ace Jack of clubs. All in pre, and the flop was 3-10-10. We turned a jack for an up and down straight draw, but couldn't get there. And we're just counting up the chips to see if we've lost Dwayne in 27th place, and it looks as like we have. But another sterling effort and deep run from Dwayne Stacey, who appears to be less angry than usual. Stormed away from the table, he is as angry as usual.
Okay, gents, 1-2K. Fold around to Chris Webber, C8. He's going to come in for an open. 4K is the number I imagine. Ben's having a little bit of a dwell up here in C9. Ben in seat 9 is going to 3-bet ship all in. I guess 47,000. No, well, Chris is going to fold anyway.
So Mark Lasman is joining the feature table. This, should start making things a little bit more exciting. For those of you who don't know Mark Lasman, he has an unhealthy obsession with penguins, as is illustrated by his T-shirt. He has a couple of penguins on his T-shirt, and I heard rumours yesterday, Tristan. I don't know if this is true, that he showed the Poker Roomie's boxer shorts, which also had penguins on it. People weren't surprised.
Just as you tell me that, the kind of penguin card moniker seems to be approaching, and
this is just getting ridiculous now. We've got 2 bends, 2 more.
Okay, guys, if I just give you a few additions to the table, Ben Greer in seat 1.
How much do you think Mark's playing, Tristan? I would say that looks about 90k.
85, 90.
He's playing about 110, which means that he's playing about 90.
Anyway, Ben's going to obviously he's going to come in first hand. He's going to open 7,500 is the number. He's going to fold rounds. He's going to win the first hand.
Ben in C1 is playing about 100k. So
similar to Mark Last.
Yeah, about that, yeah. So we've got some big stacks on this table now, Tristan, which should add an interesting dynamic, and hopefully we should see some fireworks.
Absolutely.
A little bit late, yeah. Christmas trees? Should we see some Christmas trees? Tinsel?
obviously Mark Lasvin comes in with another hat here, and how would you compare that to Chris's? I mean, it just wipes the floor with Chris's, surely.
Well, Chris's cap looks incredibly clean. It's a new cap. He did the Old Faithful has since deteriorated and departed, unfortunately. But Mark Lasman's hat is looking considerably warmer. So if you're dishing out points for style and durability, I think Mark Lasman probably wins in the hat front.
I'd certainly agree there, definitely. I mean, just in fashion stakes generally, I mean, over Chris, it's just, well, there's only one winner, Simon. Really,
You prefer penguins over jumpers?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean,
It's tight.
penguins on t-shirts, caps, card monikers, anything really.
Who's winning the shades war here, Tristan? Because we have shades on seat 1 and seat 3, and interestingly, both are sporting them on their heads rather than on their eyes.
I mean, obviously, there's a lot of sun in the room. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
obviously, that's a key thing to wearing the sunglasses. But Ben in seat 1. Is there a second tier or a layer to that particular?
They almost look
glasses?
khaki, don't they? Almost like it
Almost
belongs in the
khaki,
army.
so
Almost
just
like.
for that reason alone, on the glasses aspect, I think he just nips it over Mike on the glasses front.
Oh, and
But now, just as we said that, obviously Mike puts the glasses on, so you know.
let's see what this adds to the game. Chris Webber has immediately begun the abuse of Mark Lasman. Mark's taking it in his stride and looking like a petulant child as we speak.
Yeah, it's folded round to our chip leader, Carl. He's going to open.
What's he open to then?
I would imagine it's 4K.
So that's a min race.
Jerry's gonna come along for the ride with this small line.
And the decision is on Chris in the big line.
So I mean, it's up to Chris now, the one with the second best hat on the table.
Are we including the hoodie as a hat though? Because then
Okay, well, it's up to Chris with the third hat best hat on the table.
Chris elects to let it go.
Default.
I mean, hoodies do go over your head, Tristan. So, I mean, I don't
it
think you should be
counts.
discriminatory against hoodies.
It counts. He definitely gets second over Chris.
Well, in which case it was a whole new poll.
Yeah. On the flock front, Jerry's going to check. Carl's going to see back.
And Deary's just going to check fold in
Yeah.
in the small blind there.
Carl's going to rake in another pot.
We can really see the difference working here between big sacks and small sacks. The pressure that's put on small sacks and the ability with the big chips up to chip up quite steadily.
Absolutely, to be honest.
Is that how you won your world championships, Tristan? Or was it through blind luck?
I mean, in fairness to Simon, to be honest, I mean, I would say it was a mixture, but I mean, let's both be honest. It was more on the luck side rather than, I mean, general skill. Flopping a straight flush helped.
You flopped a straight flush.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Well, there you go.
A worthy champion in my eyes, then. A worthy champion.
It wasn't a sort of Mark Porter sort of run. Good. But, yeah. I mean, we were right up there.
Good.
Oh, that's too much fun. Yeah, that's too much fun. Seriously.
Okay.
We've got an attempted open from seat 3 to 2,700, but he's being reminded that blinds are 1,000, 2,000, and the minimum open is to 4,000, and he's obliged to.
Okay.
He's now trying to make it 7,200, which was expressed vocally. So that is now allowed, and the price of poker is now 7,200, and it's folded around to the big blind.
Thanks to Mr. Lasman here. While the commentators have been having yet another joke, we obviously missed the free bet ship from Ben in C9. The original opener has Queen 10. Ben has aces. King 6-4 flop, 10 on turn, 9 on spade. I imagine Ben will have him covered there.
As we're counting up the stacks to just make sure, but it does look like seat 3 is departing with Queen 10 versus aces.
Apologies for the lack of commentary on that, guys.
John Murray's classic Irish banter is proving a little bit of a distraction. We'll bring you more on that as we get it.
You know. Okay, so we. So yeah, as you said, guys, our another hand here, 1-2K. So anyway, guys, apologies for the lack of updates on there. As I said, with the joke telling skills of Mr. John Murray for the was quite very impressive there. Anyway, 1-2K. Mark Porter is going to open to 4K. Chris Webber's going to go all in, and he's going to call. Yeah, Mark's going to call.
Mark swings back and forth as to whether that statement's actually correct.
Mark, have you seen our friend was here today?
Yeah.
He's playing his head one. Did he come say hello? No. So really win.
As you wandered into the cards room, did he offer a commentary of your stride pattern and stuff? And Mark's clearly wearing the same clothes as all last night. Lucky.
Chris Webber this hand. He's going to open to 4K. It's up to Mark and the big blind. Okay, Mark's gonna raise, which almost effectively would have put Chris all in, and Chris folds. Mark's gonna take the pot.
Oh, I wish those hands had been reversed. I like it and snap. And I definitely would have jammed that hand against you. Well, not
Okay, new hand. Folded round to belly 9. He's going to come in for an open. 5,000 is the number. Ben's going to fold. Mark's going to fold. Ace is going to fold. Ben's going to take the pot. Another hand, ladies and gents. Still playing 1 and 2K. Folded 2. Mark on the button. Okay, he's decided to call for 2,000. Ace is he's gonna complete in the small. Carl's gonna take a free flop, which is 8 of hearts, 5 of clubs, 2 of spades. Checked round. 3 of spades on the turn. Carl's going to take a stab. 4,000. As he's going to be good enough to take the pot. Carl's going to scoop another pot. Okay, we're probably going to play, which is going to be the last hand at the 2K blind level. Jerry's going to fold. Chris folds. Ben folds in 9. Ben in 1 fold. Mark Glassman folds. Ace of folds. Carl's going to set Mark Porter in near enough by big raise. Mark's going to fold. Carl's going to scoop the pot. Okay guys, another hand, but we're at a new blind level now. Blinds are 1,500, 3,000 with a 400 ante. Mr. Christopher Webber in seat 8 is under the gun, he's going to fold. Ben's going to fold in 9, he's going to take a quick break. Ben in 1 folds. Mark Glassman seat 2, he looks interested. He's going to come in for an open. It looks like 7,000. 2 folds. Mark Fold.
Have we had any major movements in chip stacks, Tristan?
Not particularly, Simon. I mean, we are at a new blind now. We're playing a 3K BB now with a 400 ante, but no real changes.
So these ladies and gentlemen are only getting a break every 3 hours, every 4 levels. Is that correct?
Must admit, yeah, it did seem quite. Yeah.
I know my attention span couldn't last that long. Hence why I'm out in day one. So Mark Lasman's raised here to 7,500. And gets it through.
Seems like he wants to show the deuce five.
Showed the old deuce 5 of hearts.
Well, if you are going to open with the deuce 5 of hearts, you may as well flop a pair and cut shot.
24 left, guys.
24 left. We are getting into the business stages of this tournament, ladies and gentlemen.
Top 13 are going to get paid.
And what is the min cash there, Lee?
180.
180 pounds. Ah. So about $20 approximately?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay.
For those going to Vegas next year, as depressing as it is, it's not far off.
And £2,855 for first prize.
We've just been off. Simon and I've just been off mic whilst Tristan's been doing commentary, both berating the fact that Vegas has just got more expensive for those of us that haven't won a package yet.
I don't go to Vegas to win or lose money. I just go to Vegas to spend it on flights. We folded around to Mark Porter here on the button, and he's reaching for his stack, and he says he is all in.
Ship the lot, the boy said.
Looks to be approximately 20,400. And
Snap
Chris
over.
Webber snaps him off with Queens versus the Ace 9 of Mark Porter. And the flop comes Deuce, King, Queen. And a 7 on the turn seals his fate, and the 7 on the river doesn't help him. So Chris eliminates Mark Porter in 23rd place.
Yeah, pretty.
And a sterling run and a wonderful weekend of poker for Mark Porter. Mark, anything to say to your fans?
No.
Mark Porter declines to comment.
Mark shoved the button, ace on a spade. Webber's got the queens in the bit.
Team Gotham on Team Gotham action is something that nobody wants to see.
King, queen.
We seem to have a habit of knocking us out of this thing, our friends, our group. We knock each other out so many times.
One seat, feature table.
To say unbelievable, you've got to respect the integrity of the game, though. I can't play soft against him just because he's better.
Raise.
Never have, never will. Never have, never will.
No.
Do you have a friend on the table?
No, unfortunately.
We'll be your friend, mate, so don't worry. Between us.
Thank you for me.
Okay, Mark's going to come in under the gun and open. 8,400 is the number. Okay, guys, check on the turn. Mark checks river, but Jerry's going to bet on the river. 12,000 is the number, I believe. Board is Queen Jack 5 deuce deuce. So Mark Nassman's giving us a real, some real thought here. Okay, it's actually an under the gun open here, Lee.
As I say, he's counting out a bet and he sort of makes the call.
Jackson deuces are shown. It's a knock on the table from Mark, so I can only imagine.
I'm thinking, I'm putting Mark on maybe their 9s or 10s maybe, yeah. Yeah.
Pretty much what I thought earlier, yeah. A nice little pot for the area there.
On we go, so 23 players left. Top 13 are getting paid. Nice prize up top though, really, for a 75 quid tournament 2-day. Best part, $3 grand.
28.55 is the number, Lee, and
plus your Vegas package.
Plus your Vegas package. Yeah, the Vegas package on top is much interest to some of the players, I imagine. I was actually lucky enough to win one a few years ago. Thoroughly recommend it. I imagine players like Simon Brook possibly finished second on.
Yes, in yeah. You always know Tom and the guys will certainly look after everybody out in Vegas for a week. Tom goes out most years with a lot of the LPPL players and has now been taking APAC guys out for the past few years as well, either as player of the season or for winning the world champs or whatever that might be.
Absolutely, yeah. Top work by Tom Brady looking after the winners in Vegas. Just be a little wary if he takes you to a bar and there's some, as you prepare, free drinks on offer. Just be careful.
There'll be a few nights downtown, I think.
Okay.
So it's Deary raising this one up, and just the blinds to get through. Gets through Ben in the small blinds, just Mark in the big blind, and he's now asking how much he's got behind. Mark's asking him how much he's got behind. Mark's on the right of your screen. With a hat and glasses, and Deary's right directly opposite him at the other end of the table in seat 7.
I mean, Deary chips in 25s early. I'm not too sure. 20s.
Deary's got him covered, I think. There, I'm thinking.
Oh yeah, quite. I would say quite comfortably.
Although, Mark's raised and Deary says I'm all in. So Mark's raised it up to 38,000. The original raise was to 10, I believe. Original raise was to 10. Mark's raised it up to 38,000 from the big blind. Deary says them all in. You can see him. He's just shoved all. You can see him. Every single stack is going across the line there. He's making a point. And Mark is on his feet, looking across now. You can see him to the right of your screen, going, "All right, what do I do here now?" Leans back in his chair, It's just behind the graphic on the right-hand side, hiding away from you at home.
Yeah, he's put quite a large percentage of his stack here in, Lee, so it's a big decision for Mark now.
So Mark's asking for a count here, Tristan.
Yeah,
It might well be that Mark has got him covered maybe then. I don't know. See, Duran's not got any 5k chips, so it's 80, 90, 95, 96, 97, 89, 100, 101, 100, 200, 300, 405. It's about 106,000, I think it is. All in. 106 in total, I think.
If it's not for all Mark chips, it's going to be for a very huge percentage, I would imagine, yeah. I think your 106 shout is looking pretty fairly decent,
Yeah.
Mr. Wiltshire.
What do you reckon? 106 plus 3, is it? 106 plus 8, is it? Oh, I was 300 out. It's not bad.
I imagine that's why you're.
Oh,
normally
I was 200 out. 105,800. And what do we think Mark's got there, Tristan? We hard to say.
He's open is to 38.
He's already put 38 in, isn't he? So 48, 53, 73. See, I think he's got him. I don't think he's got 100. It's close. There's not a lot in it. Mark says he calls. It's jacks.
Well, yeah, we're flipping. Mark's got the jacks. Here he's got the ace king, and let's flip.
So it's jacks against ace king. Flop comes 3, 8, 9. Ace on the river. 9 on the. Ace on the turn, 9 on the river, and I'm pretty much Mark's thinking. I'm assuming Mark's on his feet. He obviously knows. We're just going to have to get it counted to find out for sure. Jacks against ace king, pretty standard race.
I think the old phrase, you have to win your races, especially at this stage. Obviously, if we haven't lost Mark, then unfortunately he's going to be pretty much on fumes.
It's going to be close. Dealer's just going through the motions, working it out for us. Yeah. So just had him covered by about 4,000. That's a huge pot though. It's going to put Deary up over about 215,000 now.
Yeah, Jack says king on turn. No, ace.
I'll probably.
Big blind only this hand. Seat up and feature table. 3,000 to play. I think we need a player.
Okay, then now Jerry's in a grand spot. 210k, I would imagine. After that, 205, 210k is man. Just going to lose. Just going to lose Mr. Simon Brooks. He's going on a coffee run to Costa. Thank you very much, sir. It'll be very much appreciated.
He hasn't. No, that's from this player. We're good. Yes. We're good. And if I can trouble you for the ante as well to be included.
You've got to try everything you can do. When you haven't got 20 chips.
No, you are in the hand, but you will be in the big wine next hand. No, thank you. 3,000.
One mark and replace one mark with another mark who was the original mark from the feature table.
Original mark.
Who was sat in seat 1 originally.
Yeah, original mark takes Mark's place, so no need for my Squirrel on the pace.
So Mark's back in seat 6, which is the left-hand side of your screen. You can see him with the baseball cap on. And we're down to 21 players now, 3 tables of 7.
Guys, in this hand, Kyle and Asa. Heads up on a flop of ace 10 10. Asa checks, Kyle bets, and Kyle wins another pot.
So 21 players left. Average stack now is 89,000, which is 30 bigs. Which is again, it's playing quite steady at this 30 bigs level now, pretty much, Tristan.
It just seems to me just a really good structure lead, to be honest. I mean, 30 bigs, 21 players left. I mean, it's just fantastic, really.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Brady gets a lot of stick at times, but structure-wise, he's got this working pretty well now for a day 2. It's quite nice.
Yeah, indeed.
I mean, not that you couldn't give Tom Brady lots of stick because it's just standard anyway. But
that's the way he is, really, to be honest. I mean, beer runs, poker tournaments. He's
so we're 20 minutes away from the Vegas live satellite here. But I do need to mention for all you guys at home that if you've not made Portsmouth this weekend, next weekend we've got the online version of this, the UK Online Championships. Next Sunday night on Grosvenor Poker Online, 6 o'clock start. It is a fantastic structure online. £30 buy-in, 28 plus 2. As Ben shows aces again, but it's got a walk. It wasn't got a walk. It was a raise and no action. Yes, so the online version next Sunday night. £550 GKPT seat added for the winner. We run a PLO side event as well at 7 o'clock. That's just a fivers. That's a bit of fun. But that seems to always get a good number of runners as well. So yeah, if you're free next Sunday, which is the 5th, I think I want to say, 5th of December, I think, then head over to Grosvenor. You can satellite in any night of the week from like 25p into this £30 tournament next Sunday night. We're part of Grosvenor's generic Step 1 and Step 2 satellites, so pretty much they're like on the half hour and on the hour, so you can get in from 25p and win some decent cash.
Yeah, get yourself on. To be honest, there'll be some good value there. I'll probably more than likely be playing, so there'll be some tips.
Added value.
Added value. Fold around to the button. Carl is going to open. 6k. Jerry calls. Flop is King 10 King. Jerry's going to check. Carl's going to bet 8,000. Jerry's going to call.
Action flop. Well, action board now.
Jack of spades on the turn, Lee. It's a very interesting turn card. I haven't looked, but he's actually announced his amounts now. I reckon he might have something. Okay, another bet and a call here.
It's the two big stacks at the table again.
It's the King of Hearts on the river. So he's going to check, I believe. It's on Kyle. 27,000 is the number.
That seems a small bet to me.
And it's a call, and he's got it.
It seems a small bet to me. Carl shows the king 8 for the quads. Flop trips.
Yeah.
River to quads. And it was such a small bet on the river, but obviously it was just to me it was shouting out strong hand.
I guess he fell with Jerry's. I mean, with Jerry snapped calling there, I think he was quite comfortable. He was 27,000. Perhaps he maybe kicked himself inside of it and maybe put a little bit of a more bigger bet in.
So players are going to be on a break in 21 minutes. What we'll do is I've tried to update some of the chip counts on the right hand side of the screen as they go. Some of them are still their starting stat from the beginning of the day, so don't worry too much about those. We will, whilst the players are on a break, get a full update on the chips for you all. But we're 21 players left, and top 13 are getting money, so we're starting to get down to that money bubble time.
Okay, the two pens are going to fold. Ace is going to fold. Carly's still having trouble stacking from the last hand, so he's going to fold. So does Mark.
He needs an assistant, yeah. 2 to the flop then, just the blinds.
Yeah, so he's going to check.
So 7-8-7.
Chris bets 3,000, I believe. Jerry check calls. Turn card, guys. It's a game changer, the 2 of diamonds.
I mean, Deary doesn't let hands go very easily.
No, I've noticed that, Lee.
He stays involved. It's a nice way of putting it, yeah.
Chris announces he thinks he's good with Queen High. He obviously knows his player because he is.
So
it shows in the chat card, Miss Mike and this.
There we go. So
I think this guy, Chris Weber, can actually play this game.
Yeah.
Actually saying, fairly sure he was good. Saying I'm just about good, and was actually 1 pip up.
Yeah, enough. Just enough.
Okay, Ben folds, ace to fold. Carl's going to open. 6K is the number. I imagine Jerry's going to call button, 6K.
So
Yeah,
we've got a raise from Carl and a call from Deary on the button, and then debate from the button from the blinds.
Chris Webber has chipped from the small blind. Carl snap folds, and now.
I mean, it's a perfect what players would call a squeeze spot, isn't it, Tristan?
Apparently, it's just what the kids call a squeeze.
Yeah. So for those that don't know, Tristan, are we flipping a coin for who's explaining a squeeze spot here, or you're going to go for it? Go for it.
Okay, what I believe to be a squeeze play is basically a raise from early position. A player will flat this raise, and then a third player will then re-raise over the top. It's basically induces huge strength, really, or supposedly figure that, and that's what Chris was doing there, especially really against the two huge chip leaders.
Doesn't always have to be an all-in either, does it? But it's just a significant raise to basically, and I think they call it squeeze because it's aimed at just like if there's any weak play there.
Literally squeeze in the other hand zone. Yeah.
Gone very, very tight on this table now.
21 players. It's just starting to get a little bit interesting.
So it's a raise from Chris from the button. Makes it 6.5.
Obviously found his timing because Ben's looking at the menu in seat 1.
Yeah, so small blind Ben is looking at the menu. Big blind Ben says no thanks very much.
3-bet squeeze is one hand and then raises the button the next.
And Mr. Webber, top of your screen with a baseball cap, adds to his stack. So Diari's just busy explaining to his two guys on his rail behind exactly what happened with the Ace King versus Pocket Jack's hand from earlier on, and how he's now got a stack of well over 200k. So it kind of happened like this. I raised and this guy re-raised me, and I shipped, and this guy asked for a count and showed me jacks. And I got an ace on the turn. That's pretty much it in a nutshell, isn't it?
Certainly is. Certainly is. You have to win your aces of this game, and Jerry was lucky enough to do so there. Speaking of the devil, he's going to play this hand. I believe that's an O, just a flat. Is that right?
Yeah, 3,000.
Okay.
So it's just him and Acer in the hand. Acer in the big blind, and it's a monster 8 deuce deuce. And check from Ace, bet out by who shows the 8 as well. Acer was seeing a free flop there, so he's not bothered. That's when you want to wake up with 7 deuce, and then that flop comes down like that. You can see Acer just at the bottom of your screen, just nodding his head in approval of my comments.
Yeah, I think Acer knows that probably Jerry's probably not the player to try and take off a hand if he's put a few chips in. Jerry's going to open this one, I think. 7? Oh, no, sorry. I didn't see that. Yeah, 9k is the open.
But Ben Greer's going to make a re-raise here.
Yeah, Ben's not been particularly active here, so even though he has the button, I would.
29,000 is the raise from Ben in the you can see in the blue hoodie.
It's a bit of a large 3-bet there. As he's in position, but Jerry's actually answering his phone, so I presume.
He folded and then quickly grabbed his phone. So that's multitasking professional. Yeah. Nice bet from Ben though. Takes that pot down, adds to his stack. So Mark and Chris in this hand. Chris was the original raiser. Mark on the big blind, and Mark's going to bet her 8,000 onto the flop of Queen 8-8.
Interesting move. He's actually going to bet into the original raiser here.
Yeah, and Chris, no messing, very quickly says, it's yours, thanks very much. So 12 minutes left of this level. Blinds 1,500, 3,000 with a 400 running ante. 21 players left. Average stack is 89,000, which is 30 bigs. That's pretty much on target with what we'd expect.
Okay guys, Kyle's going to open the button here. Jerry's going to call. The board guys, Ace of Diamonds, 9 of Hearts, 6 of Hearts. Check on the flop. Queen of Diamonds on the turn. Jerry's going to have a little reach. He's gonna bet this turn. 9,000 is the number, I believe. Kyle is gonna call the 9K. You're gonna see a river. 7 of diamonds. A few draws complete. Jerry's going to check.
That's the plan then. Is that the plan?
What's going on here? I was quite agitated by it.
Hey guys, possibly the penultimate hand of the level here. Folded round to the small blind. Jerry completes. Chris Robert checks in the big. We're going to see a board. Right, 10 of spades, 3 of hearts, 4 of clubs is the flop. Jerry's going to bet. Mr. Weber calls. 4 of diamonds on turn.
It's blind on blind, isn't it? It's cagey stuff.
I think Chris probably knows the player better than I do.
Interesting. That is an interesting one. So Chris has folded showing the 10.
Literally a snap fold on the forward turn there. He obviously well, just knows something I doesn't really.
Well, yeah. better player than us. So 7 minutes left of this level. We're not far off from starting the Vegas live satellite. Still not too late for you to get involved. There'll be late registration on that as well if you fancy it. There's still one sit and go still running over there. Who can I see on that table? Let's have a look. Oh, John Murray's playing that one. David, I already have 2 packages. Griffiths is there as well, looking to try and win his third. What's he going to do with a third package? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Obviously, David. Okay, so it's Carl's has opened to 6K. Chris Webber is called in the small blind. Board is Jack of clubs, 3 of clubs, 4 of clubs. Chris checks. Carl's going to bet. Chris is going to fold. So, I mean, Carl is really starting to assert pressure on this table now. I haven't really seen him lose any pot of any real note, to be honest.
When he's playing aggressive, and yeah, taking him down, adding to his stack. He's always got his back to us, so it's very difficult to work it. We're kind of sat this side. It's difficult to work it out.
I can just tell it's just gradually getting wider and beggarly. I mean, you're the mathematician here, Lee. Would you like to try and put a figure on there? Figure on that. In the meantime, Ace is going to go all in here.
$238,600, Tristan, roughly.
Okay, Ace is all in for his last chips. 20,500 is the number. Larry is going to make the call. Chris fold, Ben fold, and Ben folds. Okay, Lee. We can have some. Ace has 10-9 off. Larry has Ace-6 of diamonds. Flop comes Ace-9-4. Unlucky to Acer.
And we're going to lose Acer. We're going to lose Acer in 20th place. 19th, because we've just lost another one as well, so I'll find out who the 20th was, but we're going to lose Acer in 19th place, so we're going to be breaking down to 2 tables now.
I'm not getting it. Change?
I don't know what I've done, yeah.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, you can go down the by the front door, and it's just across the square. So you can see it. Yeah, you know, it's just rebalance right front. Take a right outside the front door, and there's a bit of an open space, and it's just like there's a big circle. It's just like. I've waited 45 minutes. It's always worth it. It's coffee, isn't it?
Well, the legend that is Mr. Simon Brooke is back with coffees in hand. Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated.
You are welcome.
Right, okay. Where are we? Jerry's going to open this hand to 7,000. Kyle's going to defend the big here, I think. Okay, board texture. 2 9s and a 3. Kyle checks. Jerry's going to see that for 7,000. Kyle's going to fold. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just 2 minutes left on the level. 15-3-400.
To 18 players. We're just going to break a table, and then will be 2 tables of 9, and we've got 2 minutes or so left on this level, and then players will be on a break. So we're just going to get the table broken before we're there.
Okay, new hand, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Webber's open to 6k. Ben has called on the button. Board texture, Jack of Hearts, 3 of clubs, 3 of hearts. Chris checks, Ben checks, turn card is the Queen of Hearts. Okay, it's an interesting turn card. Chris still checks. Ben's going to take a stab, 10,000. Chris is going to check call the 10,000. River card, 5 of clubs. Chris checks, Ben checks. Ben scores 2 pair, King Queen, which is good enough to take the pot down. Right, okay, this will be the last hand before the break, guys. Last hand before the break. Ben opens to 9k.
Guys, can you make sure your seat cards are left in front of your chips, please? Thank you.
Ben's going to call for 9k. Everyone else is going to get out of the way. We have literally Ben against Ben in this hand.
I think every player that I've substituted out my fantasy football this week has now scored.
Board is 4 of hearts, 9 of clubs, 7 of diamonds. Uh, 5k is the bet. Call by Ben. Bet of 10k on the turn. Ben folds. Ben shows the little set of 9s on the flop there.
Where are you going in?
Right, okay, ladies and gents, that is it. I shall leave you to the governor now.
Right then, so as you said, players are on a break, about 15-minute break, so we will see you guys back in 15 minutes' time.
Yes, the plastics I need.
Hey guys, so we're back. Fresh table. Righto. We are back to 2,000, 4,500. I'll just give you a few new names to the table. Seat 2, we have Patrick Newman. Seat 3, David Summerfield. Seat 4, Tony Johnson. Good luck to those. We've got Ben Under the Gun. Folds. Patrick Folds. David Folds. Tony Folds. Carl's going to fold. Mark Folds. Jerry on the button. He's going to come in with an open. It looks like 11,000. Chris is going to fold. Ben's in the big. Takes a few minutes about it, but he's eventually going to fold. Right, we have Patrick under the gun. He's going to fold. David in seat 3 is going to fold, as does Tony, Carl and Mark. Jerry folds. Chris is on the button. He's going to come in for an open. 8K is the number. Ben's going to fold, or better, Ben 1 is going to fold, and Ben 2 folds. Your numero una, second one. Well, it depends on when the button is, really.
Can he beat Ben 10? As he's what, 9? Yeah, it should be Ben 1 and Ben 9. Or just Ben K. Or in fact, it might just be easier just to all call us a number instead. Whatever your preference is. It's like, shut up. Whatever. I like to be called Tony. I'm a lot nicer on mine than British. Actually, no, I like to be called Ben. It's worth a watch back there sometimes. Is it? But the problem is there's so much dead air in the middle that yeah, that's the problem.
Okay, guys, another hand. Have it open from Mark. 13,000. Is the number? Mr. Christopher Webb has folded. Ben folded. And Ben folds to small. Patrick folds to big. Mark is going to win that pot.
Since when?
I was happy with my line for the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season, and then they've just fallen off a cliff. And Arsenal have had like 6 points they've got in the last in injuries.
Maybe.
Okay, another hand, ladies and gentlemen. And welcome back. The governor is back. Mr. Lee Wiltshire is going to join me.
I don't know about as far as the governor, but
Just
general updater.
say earlier, Lee did tell me to keep an eye on a person on an outer table. Tony Johnson joins us. That is the player I mentioned. It's nice to see him still in, and I have half a clue on what I'm talking about. Tony joins us in seat 4. Okay, right now then Lee, 2 tables. We're starting to get to just 5 off the money.
Serious stuff now, isn't it? So 17 less. Average stack is 110,000. Blinds 2,000, 4,000 with a running ante of 500. So we're 4 off the cash.
Okay, Kyle is going to come in for an open. 8k. Quickly folded to Patrick on the button, who folds. David folds small. Tony Johnson in the big line.
You know you've done well when you take a bruise from the weekend.
He is going to call, and we're going to see a flop. Okay, we see a board of 8 of spades, 6 of clubs, 2 of diamonds. Tony checks the aggressor. And Kyle's going to make it 10k to go. Tony folds. Kyle's going to win another one.
You can see Irish Tom there, just doing a bit of a photography run.
Well, the legend that is Tom Brady.
As professionally is.
One hand in one pocket, one on the phone.
Yeah.
Casual, the one-handed
It's
photo.
like man about town, isn't he? Yeah, very much so.
Literally, job done. That
Yeah.
easy. Get in,
Bosh,
get out.
That's done.
Just like his poker.
These modern smartphones, he says, point and click. You'll now go and Photoshop most of those so we can get them in focus so we can actually use them.
Okay. Terry's going to mix it up. He's going to call, I believe, yeah. Okay, Patrick in seat 2. He's going to raise this. 14,000 is the number. Quickly folded by the other players in a hand, and it's back to Larry.
So the chip stacks have been updated on the right hand side. There you can see those now in chip order of those players remaining, and also you'll see the exits of all those that have departed so far today. Started with 45 runners at the start of today, Tris. It's flown. We've flown through the field.
Yeah, absolutely. A little quicker than I imagine, actually, with the decent structure. But we've had some big hands collide, and yeah, that's poker, I guess. Actually, Larry actually just flat called that. Patrick opened. Larry quickly 4-bet jammed, and much to Patrick's disgust, he folded.
On the move again because we've just lost Martin on the outer table, so we're down to 16 runners now.
It just seems to be poor Mark every time at the moment with the toe moves. So we're down to 16, Lee, I believe.
Martin was the short stack of the last 17. He had 23k, so obviously got his chips in.
Okay,
all in.
We just have a call from Patrick Prefront in seat 2. David raises all in from seat 3. Quickly followed around.
Yeah, that's just a count. Yeah.
Patrick has quite a few chips there, Lee.
Mm.
First stack all the 5k variety, I think.
3, 4, 600 is the call.
Okay, so Patrick makes
Patrick
a
is
call.
a call.
Can we pop those and can we get those cards in the middle so we can see them on the camera?
Okay, guys.
You can see there, yeah?
There we go. So it's ace-9 versus king-jack.
Yeah, we have the ace-9 here is the one, the hand at risk. Ooh,
Hits his 9, but the king's out there as well.
5 dice, so that's an ace or a 9.
And Jack finishes it, and we're going to lose David in 16th place.
Unlucky, David.
And we're down to 15, 2 off the money.
All of a sudden, Lee, we're losing quite a few players here. So yeah, just 2 from the money now.
All in the call on the outer table. Tristan's going to lean over there and see what's going on.
Anyway, yeah, I do believe Mark from our...
So Mark got moved to the outer table. I think he's managed 2 hands out there and is Busto in 15th place. So we're down to 14 runners.
So is that the dreaded we are on the bubble, Lee?
We are on the bubble. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, back to our original table. Tony Johnson opens 9,000.
But that's interesting, Tristan. We've literally lost in 17th, 16th, 15th the bottom 3 chip stacks from the break. So no pressure on Michael Ingram or Tony Johnson, but they're the next 2.
Yeah, Tony's actually in a hand here, so he does fold to Carl's 3-bet.
So we will be going hand for hand now as we're on the money bubble. So money bubble. So we're hand for hand. So we're just waiting for the outer table to catch up with us, which they are pretty much ready. So we're pretty much set for hand on the cash bubble.
Okay, back on table 1. Carl's going to open. 8K.
Can't take anything for granted.
It's a side fold from Jerry. Chris folds. It's folded round to Ben on C9 here. Who's going to fold? Okay then, Lee. Table 2, we have an all-in and a call.
What we got there, Tristan? All in the call on the outer table. It's kings versus ace queen.
Ace queen at risk, Lee.
Ace queen's at risk versus the kings.
Ace and a queen.
Ace queen 7 is the flop. 3 on the turn and 7 on the river.
It's a double up for the
It's a
ace
double
queen.
up for the ace queen.
Okay, so it's a double up for the short stack on table 2. We are still 14 left, so we are still on the bubble. Right, back to table 1. Patrick folds. Tony folds. Carl's going to come in for an 8K. Jerry folds. No, sorry, Jerry calls the 8,000. I apologise. Ben's going to come in for a 3-bet here.
Can all players sit down during number hand, please? Yeah.
So I can't leave the table?
No, basically you have to sit there.
You freeze the clock and I'll sit down.
Carl's going to fold.
I didn't think you'd bite that quick, to be honest. That was quite extraordinary.
He got the full 9 suit as well. Literally no need. Yeah, that's true.
No, to be fair, I mean, it's 180 quid.
Right, okay. And Jerry calls. Right.
To be fair to Chris, though, I mean,
Okay then, board texture is
money means nothing to Chris.
8 of clubs, 5 of diamonds, 4 of hearts. Ben instantly ships the flop.
We're doing a profit between Mark and
It looks to be about 64,000, 65,000, I would say. Jerry's going to fold. Ben's going to win a nice hand. Okay, next hand is goodness, there's a walk for Patrick. So he just had a walk on that. Good spin over on table 2. Mr. Scott Burrows there, just happened to pick up kings in the small blind, just went a nice little pot. It seems to be chirping on quite nicely. He never stopped. Okay, Tony Johnson won the last hand there. 1-2-1 with a walk. Still hand for hand here, guys. 14 players. 2 tables 7. Let's go back to table 1. Jerry's under the gun. It's going to open to 14k. Chris, Ben and Ben fold. So do Patrick. Tony folds. Kyle folds. Jerry is going to win the pot. I've had a look over on table 2, guys, and no real immediate short stack, so we may have a little time here before the bubble bursts. hand for hand at the moment.
They say men think about sex at the age sacrifice. Lee talks about talking about it. Our fastest, most competent dealer is now dealing when you do on hand to hand and you don't need to be close.
What? What happened? Sorry.
Occasionally when you guys talk about it, I'll just post a picture of it. Yeah, post a picture of both stage where we don't need to be close.
But it's like people using the space.
Right, 4,000 to go. Chris Webber folds. The two bends fold. Patrick's going to mix it up and he's going to call for 4K. Tony folds. Kyle completes the small blind. Jerry checks the on the big, and we're going to go three ways. Kyle checks. Jerry bets 10,000. Fold, fold. Jerry wins the pot.
I've got to be honest, Lee, my tie's quite warm now. No, I've gone. That's why it's warm. Because I'm pretty sure I just got absolutely terrorised again last time.
There were a couple at the break that had about 45 hands.
I've got to be honest with you, Lee, at the break is kind of irrelevant to you right now.
Can I?
I'm being bullied like crazy. The worst part was, I could see his little face just dying every time. He was going for a format.
Okay, guys. Another hand on table one. Folded to Tony, seat 4. It's going to open. 9K is the number. Kyle folds. Jerry folds. Chris is in the big. He's going to fold. Tony's going to win this one.
No, I'm not allowed to get up. Lee reprimanded me. My bigger concern is just his hand. Slowness.
Yeah. That's creeping up, isn't it? It's a finish. I think it counts. Yep.
Another hand, guys. Right, still 4K to go, guys. Ben's going to fold. Patrick in seat 2. Folds. Tony in seat 4 folds. Looks like Carl's going to come in for an open. 8,000. I can't pronounce the surname, but
this. Let's dig up some hole that we literally dug up something. I'm really sorry if that was. No, of course it wasn't. You incorporated some in. I really
No one said about it.
Ryan Levy, you.
Okay, guys, we are still hand for hand. No noticeable short stacks on table 1, but there are, in my opinion, I would say 2 short stacks on table 2, with, in my opinion, approximately one has 9 big blinds and the other 7 big blinds, I would say. But anyway, back to table 1. Patrick folds. Tony folds. Carl's makes a change. Carl's going to come in for an open. 8K. Jerry folds. Chris and Ben both fold. It's now Ben Gray in seat 1. Money to money. Carl wins another one. Just a pause on table 1. We have a raise, a re-raise all in on table 2. So bear with me, guys. I'm just peeking over. Still hand for hand. 2-4K. Tony fold. Kyle's gonna make it 8K. Right, okay. Jerry is gonna re-raise this to 60,000. Yeah, so with a 3-bet to 60K there, Jerry just does not mess about. When he's in a hand, he plays it, and he means it. So Carl got out of the way. He can put Carl's a card. Right, 2-4K. Carl's going to come in for an open. 8,000 to go. We have folds round in 2. All the way round to Patrick now in the small blind. He's going to fold. It's Tony Johnson in the big blind. He's going to call, and we're going to see a flop. Which is a Jack of Spades, 8 of Clubs, 2 of Spades. Action on Tony. He checks. Carl announces 12,000 is the bet. Right, okay, Tony comes in with the check raise here. 35,000, I believe. And that is good enough to win the pot as Carl folds. Tony takes a nice little pot down.
I'm waiting for you to collect the antis and then you do it at the same time. Yeah.
Okay, 2-4K. Jerry under the gun, he's going to fold. Mr. Christopher Weber comes in for an open to 8,000 chips. Ben and Ben are going to fold. Patrick's going to fold. Tony Johnson is giving Mr. Weber the eye here from the small blind. Looks interested, but reluctantly folds. Carl folds. Christopher wins the pot. Tony Johnson opens the button. We're going to see a flop. 7-8 ace as Larry defended from the small blind against Tony's open. Wait. Right, okay, we have an all-in and a call on table 2. So Tony wins that. Okay, right. Okay then. Yeah. Can you show your hands, guys, please? Come on. Okay, we have Ace 9 versus King 9 with Ace 9 at risk. Board is 9, 10, 5, 10 of diamonds, Jack of clubs, so the all-in player doubles up. We are still hand for hand. Everyone's delighted to see the short stack double there. Right, so with the all-in double up on table 2, we are back hand for hand.
I hear calculator, I know YouTube. I see this.
Right, okay. Ben from C1 has shipped all in. And has just, well, I've never seen 5 quicker folds, so he'll take that one down.
Yeah.
We're still hand for hand, it's just that hand, it was perfect timing.
Okay then, gents. 2K, 4K. Folded from Ben and Patrick. It looks like Tony's going to come in for an open. 9K is the number. Folds from Carl and Jerry. Chris folds a small. We got Ben in the big. Ben folds and Tony's going to scoop that one. Okay guys, we're probably going to play which will probably be the last hand of this level, I imagine. Shouldn't we? We just had it.
I see what you're saying, I see what you're saying, yeah.
Alright, okay, this hand guys, Carl's going to come in for an open. Anyway, in this hand, Jerry's going to fold. Chris is going to fold. Ben's going to 3-bet from the small blind. 32,000 is the number. Straight back to Kyle. Kyle's going to fold. Ben's going to scoop a little pot. Okay guys, we have a level jump, 3K, 6K with a 602. Tony's going to fold. Carl's going to fold. Jerry's going to, he's going to call for the 6K. Chris fold. Ben folds. Ben folds small blind. Patrick is going to check his option. We're going to see a flop of 2 of hearts, ace of diamonds, jack of clubs. Action is on Patrick. He's going to check. Jerry's going to check back. Ben's going to check. 3 of spades. Patrick's going to bet 6,000 on this turn card. Jerry's going to call.
So we're not at 2 packages. Are we at 2 packages? No. 20 runners is the guarantee. Okay.
And Ben's going to call from the button. We're still 3-way here, guys. A deuce of spades on the turn. Patrick's going to check. Jerry checks. Ben flips over the queen jack. Okay, right, jacks and deuces with an ace means a chop for Patrick and Ben. Right, another hand on the bubble here, people. Another hand.
3, 4, 5.
Okay, we've folded round to Patrick in the small iron. It's going to complete. Tony checks his option.
You're right though, it is painful.
Flop is ace of hearts, jack of spades, 2 of diamonds. Patrick quickly checks to Tony. Tony casually puts 2 5k chips in. Very nonchalantly, just scoops another one. And just looks a bit disappointed about it, but
Right.
he's all right.
So, by my record, well, I've just been on Black Friday on Poets.
I love the fact that you research this.
Jerry's gonna cool 6k.
He was half decent.
Folded around to Tony Johnson in this one.
If you get
It looks like
place,
we're going to see a raise from Tony.
well, we've just priced you up a laptop.
23.
Curry Black Friday deals.
Carl
And you
folds.
need sixth place.
Action back to Jerry, who originally called for 6k.
The apartment. The apartment that we paid in for the last
But you need to get a move on because these deals obviously only last for the weekend.
Who folds, and Tony wins another pot.
I've got Jason Kemp going to me. I've got Jason Kemp actually, who is fan behind the camera. I don't think he appreciates it. You're not visible. Oh, there you go.
Put it up.
Anybody still awake?
So Tristan's just taken a break. It's fair play. He's just done a whole stint of nobody busting on this bubble. Yeah, fair play to him. Absolute legend.
We are still on this bubble.
Has Harry Kane just turned up at the table?
The chin is certainly is prominent. The chin is prominent.
So we're still trying to get rid of a player here so we can get everyone in the money. 180 quid is min cash for 13th, but there's 14 players left. And it's been 14 now for about 30 minutes, it feels like.
About 3 years.
Yeah, it feels a long time. How long's it been, Lucy, on the bubble?
About 30 minutes, you're right.
About 30 minutes, and I'm getting the blame for it again.
Well, obviously.
You did say it wouldn't take this long.
I may have commented that I thought we'd be in the money by about the start of the last level.
Yes, and it didn't happen, did it, Lee?
Never does. I should just shut up.
We have a raise to 56,000, and it's worked, and he's got through, and shows ace king with some verbals that can't be repeated on the microphone.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. You may have picked that up on the microphone on the flop cam. If you did at home, then I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did.
And therein lies the problem.
So over on the outer table, we've got chips in the middle.
Do we have an all in there, Lee?
And it looks like we do.
So it looks like we have an open to 15k, a call from Scott Berridge, and then a shove from the big blind for what looks to be around about 45, 46. And a
one
from the
fold,
original raiser.
which means it's just Scott to make a decision. He's asking for a count, but it's already been counted.
And yeah. Yeah.
So decisions on Scott Berridge.
And he's reaching for chips. And it does feel like he's contemplating the call, or just.
And he says he calls. He says he calls. He's going to make the call.
So let's see what we have.
So Scott has ace jack and it's ace queen for our short stack that's at risk. It's the ace queen at risk here. Talk us through it, Simon.
So we got a flop of 5, 6, 8. No help for the ace jack. A deuce on the turn and a 4 on the river means that the ace queen survives.
So it's a double up for the shorter of the two stacks there.
Doubled up to probably about 100k now, including
Yeah,
15k.
pretty
the,
much.
The original race. So that's a very nice pot to win at this stage. And we are still on the bubble.
As I say, on we go.
Still on the bubble. So we're now on hand 547 of this bubble. The average stack was around 2,000 big blinds before we started the bubble and has now decreased to 22 big blinds.
Chris Webber dreams of 22 big blinds.
And a laptop.
And a laptop. It's like, let's see what you could have won.
The what? Any interest out there for crowdfunding to get Chris a laptop? You'll make it back in buy-ins for the Winter League, I'm sure. We have a raise on the button to 12k.
Chris will be very good at the All-Stars League. The different variants of games is right up his street.
He is very good at clicking buttons, Lee. You are right. Clicking buttons is fine.
Obviously, the winner of the last All-Stars League that just finished last week was Steve Redfern, previous APAT champion and legend. Obviously, he's a 5-star All-Star. Simon, how do you rate his game?
He's an incredible player and APAT legend, like you say. I'm not sure I would have felt the need to broadcast it, considering I think he's told everyone that he knows and everyone that he's met previously since. So, congratulations, Steve. Brew great team.
And well done to Andrew Rhubarb Jones as well, and Dave Harvey, who all picked up added value seats for that. Good fun. I eventually got a cash, which means I only lost about 30 quid in the league.
Didn't you cash in the other one as well? The
Six Max?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I got knocked out of the Six Max.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. I don't remember that happening. Who knocked you out?
I believe it was you actually,
Oh, really?
Simon. Yeah.
What hand
What
did you
was
have?
what was our monster hands?
I think it was 7 deuce versus
7-5.
maybe, yeah,
7-5.
something like that.
I think you had a better kicker than me, didn't you?
Top of my range.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
you were unfortunate to run at the top of my range there.
Very good fun for a fiver. We'll be running another one of those. It'll be winter, but whether we run it before Christmas or after will depend. We'll get a bit of feedback from the players as we normally do, see what works best for guys, because Christmas is obviously a difficult time.
Am I right in thinking that Steve Redfern picks up a £550 GUKPT
picks
seat
up a £550 GKPT seat for that.
for playing 8 £5 tournaments?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much what he paid.
And running good.
Yeah.
That's incredible value. Congratulations, APAC, once
And
again.
he didn't even cash well in his obviously specialist area, Omaha.
He is a 4-card specialist, I hear.
Yeah, he is. Yes.
Yeah. He told me that once, and everybody else that was in earshot.
Yes, we're still on the bubble.
We're not still on the bubble, are we? I thought that would have burst.
So it's a raise from Carl, and that gets through. And on we go again. To be honest, it's pretty quiet on the feature table. It's been the outer table that's had a couple of all-ins and a call, but not been done yet.
Feature tables.
One or both. Did you say which one?
Any chance you can raise the volume level at your end? He's maxed out his laptop, we can't hear. Yeah, he's got that. Which Jason? Oh, you suggested that he send the stereo. Which Jason?
So APAC legend Jason Kemp has requested that. Okay.
Hi, Jason Kemp. The volume's quite loud our end. We're kind of running out of kind of what do you call that volume bar-y type thing. Yeah. We're running out. I mean, pretty much just me speaking normally. I'm literally at the top of it.
Maybe invest in a better laptop, Jason.
That's quite a good idea. Unless he's got it, maybe he's got it put into his surround sound at home, and he's sat there lounging on the sofa.
He's rich enough to do that.
Yeah, on ultra HD.
Congratulations, Jason.
Yeah, Jason Kemp there, who did very well in Dublin.
APAC regular.
So Mr. Webber has shoved. The initial raise was, how much was the initial raise there?
14k by the looks of it, and Chris Webber has shoved for, I would say, around about 55, maybe 60k.
Lucy's getting in there to find out. We'll send Lucy in. She's in shot now. She doesn't even know she's in camera shot. She's now trying to lean back to be out of the way. You can just see Lucy's hand. There it is. Yeah. So.
A flash of skin there.
48. 48-2.
48,200 is the shove.
So decision is on Diari, and he's
going
to make the call. So here we go.
It's Jack Queen of Diamonds for Chris Webber.
And it's King Queen
for Harry.
So it's Queen Jack at risk here, and it's 6-4 deuce. Ace. It's going to need to be.
And it's a 7.
And it's not going to be. And Chris Webber is going to be our bubble boy. Everybody else is in the money. Well done to everybody.
You did. Yeah. Fantastic deep run from Chris Webber there, though, who's, I think, widely regarded as one of the better players in APAC. Certainly.
No disputing that. He's very high up the all-time rankings. Very consistent is the way I would put it. Yeah. And as we always say, if you don't play well to get yourselves in these positions, you're not going to cash all the time, but as long as you can run deep in tournaments on a regular basis by playing well, sometimes the cards will fall right for you.
Absolutely, and you've got to win those flips. You've got to win those races. If you're going to win a tournament, you've got to get yourself in a situation to do that. And Chris was obviously not worried about the bubble there, which is absolutely the right attitude to have. Only playing for the win.
So he's just popped his backpack on. Just there now, trying to decide what he's. I mean, I don't know. He's local boy, isn't he? So.
I think he's 45 minutes away.
Yeah.
Is there anybody out there that will donate to Chris now for a laptop?
Chris was hoping a Min Cash would get him a laptop so he could play the All Stars League.
Yep.
It's not to be. But if you want to make a difference at home, all you need to do is text Chris5 to and donate. All of the £5 will go towards Chris getting a laptop for Christmas.
I often say, Lee, give a man £10 to sit in an internet cafe for an hour and play a poker tournament. You can feed him for a day. You give him a laptop to win poker tournaments. You can feed him for a week.
Tom's taking a photo. So.
Oh, good, yeah. Only those players that still in.
Yeah.
You go right.
It feels like an appropriate amount of abuse, I think.
I feel really bad.
So the bubble has burst, but we do have an all-in on the outer table, but it gets through, and he shows an ace. The power card in Hold'em, so I'm led to understand. And we're now down to our 13. Will shortly be final tabling, one would hope or imagine. So we're at blinds of 6,000. Average stack of 144,000, so 24 big blinds. Just looking around the tables, we do have a couple of big stacks, mainly on the feature table. Those who have survived the bubble with short stacks are fist pumping their £180 in, but will probably look to get busy relatively soon. So we have Chris Webber here. So Chris, what went wrong?
Well, I don't have any chips. That's quite bad.
Your chips have been extinguished. But you obviously another deep run. You must be pleased and proud.
No. You've got to work for this fucking interview.
It's tough. It's a tough interview. I don't really know where to go with this. You enjoy playing APAT events, I guess? Probably.
Yes.
Brilliant. And you're playing in the team event in Blackpool. Who are you playing for?
Team Gotham.
Good. And how have Team Gotham generally performed at team events?
I think we've performed appropriately based on our sort of level of ability, which is awful.
I've heard
we've come last and second last in the last 3 years.
I've heard rumours of a new signing for this year. Is that correct? A world champion might be joining us. Who has a microphone in his hand?
You haven't won anything, Simon.
I've come second in a lot of things. For those that don't know, Tristan Chaplin is joining us this year at Team Gotham. So we are nailed on. I've just seen a lovely compliment from Stu Ward. So thank you very much, Stu. I can't think of anything nice to say about you apart from you have a lovely beard. So congratulations on that. What's going on, Lee?
Well, we got a flop of Deuce, Jack, Queen, and it's Tony and Diari in the hand.
So we've got a couple of big stacks going at it.
And Tony's betting out 20,000.
into a pot of, I would say, around 35 by the looks of it. So just
Yeah,
over half pot bet.
Tony raised pre, and Diari's in the big blind, and as we know, he doesn't fold that easy.
Doesn't like folding,
No,
does
he doesn't like folding.
Um,
So he's checked, and Tony's bet 20,000, and now Diari's asking him how much he's got, and Tony's kind of shrugging in about 200.
I mean, he has a lot of chips.
Yeah, a lot of chips. A lot of chips.
Yeah, a lot of physical chips to count.
Yeah. So Tony's at the bottom of his screen. You can just see some of his chips there to the right of his head. But Diari decides to fold.
He doesn't look happy about the fold.
No, it's just he doesn't like folding. It's as simple
I admire
as.
that in a man.
Yeah, doesn't like folding.
The two main things I admire in a man are the inability to fold and a wonderfully coiffed moustache. And he has both. He is the full
He
package.
ticks both boxes for you.
I think he might be my dad. I might ask him in a minute. I might ask him at the break. And if he's not, maybe he'd like another son.
So Diari's in the small blind this time, and it's Ben in the big blind, which means it's Ben Greer who's going to act first. We are six-handed on this table. There's only 5 players here at the moment.
Ben under the gun does look a bit short stacked. I would say
Yeah,
he
so
has around 10 bigs.
Patrick's just stepped away from the table for a minute. So Ben folds. So it's round to Tony. He folds. Kyle folds. It's just going to be blind on blind. And we know what's coming.
We start with a limp. We weren't expecting a fold there, were we?
No, we're going to see a flop. 2 players to the flop.
And that's a blind check, I think.
What we got there?
That's a 7-6 queen board with 2 clubs. That's quite an action flop. You like that flop, I'd imagine.
Blind on blind, of course you're going to.
So we could be seeing flush draws.
So Diari checked blind, and Ben bets out 15k,
which is the size of the pot. So that is.
Diari's reaching for chips though, and makes the call.
So we go to the turn, which is a 3 of spades. Now it does complete some straight draws that you could expect to find in a blind on blind battle. 4 or 5 does get there.
Was that Diari checking again? I think it was. It was very subtle.
he
It
did
was
check.
subtle, but he did check.
I don't know if he.
So Ben's betting. I'm looking at 30,000 this time. 30,000.
And I think we're going to see if checks. His cards.
I mean, the 3 doesn't really change very much for anybody. You would assume.
It completes one draw.
But not a huge amount.
No. It would be difficult to rep a made hand on that board.
It's enough
he does
though.
Fold reluctantly. He does not like folding, as we've already established.
So normally once you've played a reasonably long bubble, once it bursts, it tends to go a little bit crazy. But these guys are now only 4 players off the final table, and obviously an APAT final table appearance is a pretty big deal.
In these multi-day tournaments, Lee, you've got multiple bubbles. You have the day 2 bubble, which is obviously the first one, which some people pay attention to, some people don't. But it's an achievement to make day 2 and an excuse not to go home to the wife. And then obviously you've got the cash bubble and the final table bubble, and then with APAT we've also got the medal bubble. So
we're the Vegas package is got 27 runners now.
That's
just
its most successful.
That's the most successful one we've run so far.
Okay.
Yeah, Cardiff was pretty good, but 27 is exceptional. The players here, both those that have travelled to Portsmouth and those local players, have really bought into picking themselves up a Vegas package for next year.
So Des will be happy, not having to put his hand in his pocket, I'd imagine.
Well, it's one which we guarantee is our 10th anniversary season. So, we don't normally do guarantees. We've never really needed to do guarantees because what we put out there as a product for and a series of events for players to come and play is a great structure, a sensible buy-in, and it's fun, and it's that's where it's aimed at the recreational player. But we wanted to make sure that we were going to guarantee these packages so that we can get as many people to Vegas as possible for next year.
How many people are you taking to Vegas next year, Jay?
Well, I reckon we're probably going to be, in the way, by the time we've done all the packages, either added value or guaranteed, we're probably going to be somewhere up near 2025. Plus then there's going to obviously a bunch of players that are going to be coming along anyway. So I would think we're comfortably going to be, in the high 30s, maybe early 40s for players all heading out for that particular week. And obviously there's a wedding going on out there as well of a
wedding, you say?
certain APAT legend getting married out there next year.
And all the best to Mr. Pilgrim. We'll be there to help him celebrate.
Absolutely. So really, there's so many excuses to be in Vegas. You're just struggling not to go. Really.
Who would want to miss 50 APATers walking around in 100-degree heat in their shorts? I mean, I for one am looking forward to that alone.
Yes, celebrating a wedding at a wedding reception.
And a wedding reception. Yeah. So we. I've missed the action, but
so
we
it's
have
a check from Patrick, and the check was
Ace-9, dude.
the check was one of those checks of just hurry up and bet so I can fold checks. Yeah. It's one of those where you actually fold when you're first to act, and the computer says, "Are you sure you want to fold?" And yes, I do. I really do. Yeah.
In his mind, I'm sure he was ripping up his cards, burning them, and throwing them into the muck, even before the bet was made.
So on we go. So it's going to be Patrick in the small blind and Tony in the big blind this time, which is going to be Kyle to act first.
So what are we down to, Lee? Are we still 13? We are. Actually, I can still say you want.
So which bit am I reading? The bit when Tony said you're heading home, and I said no, I might hang around for a bit. I'm like,
was that you responding?
I responded to that. So if you want,
You two?
remind me how it all works again. Well, we haven't got to worry about cameras and stuff.
Not unless you do.
So
You do this.
So we've had a very generous offer. Chris Webber's going to join us for a bit of commentary with Simon and Tristan for a little while. So I'll hand the mic over to Chris and we'll go from there.
Oh, okay. I'm doing it.
Chris Webber, ladies and gentlemen. What a treat.
Oh yes, hello everyone. Okay, so obviously we've just burst a bubble. Some idiot went out on the bubble, and now everyone else is in the money. Now, from my sort of experience of playing on this table, they're awesome, aren't they? They are awesome.
We're pointing at Chris's shoes, which are we bought in Vans in Vegas.
Hang on, let's
do
get it.
Do you want to describe them, Chris? Probably not take them off.
Turn them over.
No, but you actually want to turn them over.
The other one says over. The other one says over.
It kind of sums up a poker.
It does entirely sum up.
Tristan's made an incredible point that it
Yeah.
does actually sum up.
Yeah, some Nintendo Vans. So no, but anyway, getting back to the poker. Moving on from that hilarious Rob. I'm going to stand a little bit away from the table as I say this, but there are two players left that I've certainly played with that are very strong within the sort of APAC community. Now, there's my friend Tony, who is a member of Team Gotham, and he's the chap in seat 4 now, and the one with the sort of poor
Is he
hair.
the one that looks like that pop star that plays the guitar?
What, the homeless one?
Yeah,
Him. Yeah, that's him. Yeah. No, he's Tony's actually an incredible player. He's probably, I'd say, he's going to say the best player in Team Gotham for No Limit Hold'em.
There's not.
Unfortunately,
He's the best, not really very well known.
Oh, absolutely. He barely gets to play in these APACs because he's, sort of, for some reason had a kid or something. I don't know. So he doesn't really get to attend as many as perhaps he would like, and as much as we would like him to attend as well. But no, and I must say, there's another chap who I've been sat with for the last 2 hours who I've been very impressed with.
There's an all-in and a call on the outer table.
There we go.
We'll just pause Chris's story. Lovely little story for.
Got to be honest, I'm kind of rooting for the short stack just because I want this to go on for as long as possible now, so that my bubble bust wasn't as. Yeah.
An acceptable attitude from Chris Webber.
Okay, so we have what appears to be. Do we have names here? Do we have a list of names?
I'm going to say John and John.
We have
So
John
number one.
John number one has moved in for around 40k, possibly a little bit less, and then John number 2 has reshoved for over 100 and something, Now John, number 3 in the big blind, on the button rather, is contemplating. He's probably got something around the sort of king high range.
These are very specific ranges you're putting people, having never played with them.
Well, I have played with John 3.
Have you played with John 3?
I have played with John 3, yes.
Now, earlier on, Chris, somebody on the bubble, he opened to 10.
No, we don't. We've got it. They're all Johns.
They're all Johns.
Edward Stamborough has moved in for 40k, and Anthony Richards has 3 jam for about 120, and I believe we are now going to have our cards on the backs. So we have Ace Queen versus Ace 10. Ace 10 is at risk.
And Scott Berridge, a controversial fold of Ace King.
I don't want to sort of say, you know, chip passing or whatever, but you know,
10, 5-6 on the flop. So Ace 10 does take the lead. King on the turn. He's dead to a jack or a queen.
For some reason, Tristan is calling for the short stack to. So yes, the short stack has won the hand there with the Ace 10 on the 10 high flop.
Scott Berridge folding Ace King there, Chris.
This is a family show, and well, to be fair, Scott is still in and I'm not, so you know.
Yeah. For those of you who can't see me, which is everyone, my face dropped a little bit.
You idiot. Okay, yeah, no. So getting back to the feature table. Obviously, I've sung the praises of Tony, but there's another gentleman. His name's Kyle. I must admit, I've never seen him at an APAC before. Although my memory is fairly terrible, so he may have played a number of them.
I played against him before, and I think it was in Southampton when we played.
Oh, okay, so it sounds he's possibly a local, but no, he's been a very strong player, and I would certainly say that my 2 favourites for this tournament would be either Tony or Kyle. But we do have here an all-in from seat 9, who is Ben. And it's folded round. Oh, actually, it's a 3 jam on the open of. How do we not have names here?
None of them are accurate.
None of them are accurate. Okay, yeah, because I'm still there.
Oh yeah.
So Patrick Newman has opened to 2100 in early position, and it's folded around to Ben Kimber in the big blind, who has moved all in for a very sizable.
Wait, who were you saying was strong?
As a player?
Yeah, were you saying Kyle?
Kyle, this chap here, 2-5.
No, I've not played with him. I played with Ben.
Oh, right. And Peter's considering his options here. It's a very large 3 jam. It's
What would you say that is, Chris? About 130k? The 3 jam?
Oh, comfortably more. You're looking at about 180, 190k.
And the effective stack would be around about 110 maybe?
Yeah.
And it's fold, jacks, and he shows jacks. And Ben shows Ace Queen.
It's literally there just a case of trying to decide, do you want to flip or not. The 3 jam is so huge. And to be fair, the actual open is quite large anyway. I mean, obviously in the modern day, we're looking at 2x, 2.5x, and we were opening this at 3.5x. But you have to feel that should seat 9 really have a strong hand, would he move all in, or would he look to try and click it back and allow seat 2 to 4 jam? Although based on seats,
like he didn't want to call, didn't he?
It did feel a lot like he didn't want to call, but I can certainly understand the fold of jacks. You know, these are people playing for many laptops worth of money.
Many laptops. Probably, I would say, what? 11 laptops up top.
11 laptops up top. Is that what we're? Is this okay? Okay.
Yeah, 11 laptops is first prize.
Okay. Really? No, they're cheap laptops then.
I can't count. I'm only an accountant. Not real accountant.
They're really cheap laptops.
Really cheap
where can I buy one from?
Well, but PC World have a Black Friday sale.
So as I understand it, this crowdfunding, we're getting that started. Get Chris Webber a laptop, and
who wants to start that?
Okay.
Lee
oh, so
just
not
passed me a list of names
so not
for
John,
the
and John. No, okay, fair enough.
It's disappointing because I really wanted them all to be called John.
We would have made our lives easier, certainly.
Turns out none of them are called John. Not a single John on either table. How very disappointing. Fans of Only Fools and Horses will be very disappointed at that.
I think we might. I'm trying to count Tony's stack, but unfortunately, due to the horrendous way that he stacked it, it's very difficult. Tony, what are you playing? Tony, what are you playing? Some chips is the answer I've got there, so just very helpful, obviously, for the commentary and the people at home. I can lie.
So we have Tony under the gun who folds. We get a fold from Jerry in the cut-off.
Okay, so Tony is playing 250, and you know, that's double average at this point, so things are looking promising for him. And as we've also mentioned, Kyle, I mean, it's quite easy really when you sort of try and sort of say who are going to win when you pick the two chip leaders, but I you know.
It feels like you're betting on the two favourites.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah,
it feels like a bit of a slug.
But I have to be honest, there are other people that could be a chip leader who I would definitely be less confident about winning. Let's put it that way.
Who are those people?
Well, me and you, for a start.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
But thanks for the setup.
Did you? Oh no, you haven't got a laptop. But did you? Have you heard about this Staker game that APAT are running?
I have heard about it.
So in my Staker, I had £75 to play with, as everybody did.
Right. Okay.
And I bet £15 on myself to win, which is
seems thoroughly optimistic, but fair enough.
Money.
Oh, yeah, you might as well set it on fire. Yeah.
I bet £15 on you winning.
Okay. Well,
which was, you know.
Well, it was less stupid than the bet on yourself, but that's fine. Still probably a bit brave.
I bet £14 on John Murray winning, just as a wild card.
I've literally just dropped the mic. What?
John Murray.
John Murray, the greatest APAT's point scorer.
Yep.
I appreciate he has overtaken Rodders again, hasn't he?
I don't know.
I know they've been swinging backwards and forwards with the lead.
Two APAT legends.
Wow, absolutely.
Those two names in one sentence just makes my heart beat so fast. But regardless, that £14 was wasted because it didn't work out.
So what you're basically telling us is that you backed everyone who hasn't cashed yet.
Yeah.
No, strong. Yeah.
I don't think I backed Mark Porter, and that was a mistake. I mean, it wasn't.
It wasn't because he also didn't cash.
But he had a very deep run and a lovely sweatshirt. So
a lovely sweatshirt.
Fair play that man. Fair play that man.
Yeah, he was looked like Steve Jobs' younger son. Younger son.
Yeah. International Man of Mystery. Should we be talking about poker? Is the question.
What now?
I don't know. I mean, it feels like people at home probably want to hear about Mark Shumper and poker. I don't know.
No, you're probably right.
Write your comments in the box below.
So we promise you that we won't read them.
It's true.
And Diari takes in another pot there.
Yep. Pot is 1.
Okay, and we are with 5 minutes left of this level at 3,000, 6,000. To just give everyone a reminder, there are 14 players left. We are now in the money. There is the average chips of 134,000.
I don't think that's been updated.
Oh.
I think we're down to 13.
Oh, it turns out we're down to 13.
Because I think 14th was a bubble.
Yeah,
I don't know bubble.
Yeah, we don't know much about that. No. Fine. Okay, so it turns out that actually we're looking probably an average near about 150,000, and we have blinds at 3,000, 6,000.
How was your neck, by the way, Chris?
It's not as bad as Mark Porter's, but then I probably didn't play for as long as he did.
No, Mark Porter's played a lot of poker.
He has, hasn't he?
It's no wonder his neck is sore.
You realise he's not going to hear this, and everyone else is going to wonder what the hell we're on about.
He'll be watching it.
Pretty sure he's got about a 4-hour drive, well, about a 3-hour drive. So.
He'll watch it on YouTube tomorrow. Doesn't really work.
And it's folded round to Tony in the small blind. So Tony's reaching for chips.
Lucy has her laptop above her head currently.
It seems.
And is talking to Lee. I don't know whether the laptop is going to be thrown at Lee anytime soon.
But back to the poker. Tony has opened 2.5x. Tony's opened to 2.5x from the small blind, and it looks like Kyle is reaching for a 3-bet. And Kyle has 3-bet to what appears to be 38,000.
So that was a large 3-bet then, Chris? What do you think about the sizing?
Oh, I absolutely love the size. They're both deep. He gets to take the aggressive lead in the pot. Also, Tony's going to be quite leery about Tony's going to be quite leery about necessarily just calling and playing out position. So basically, he's opened him up to a 4-bet or fold. I can't see Tony peeling that often. I mean, perhaps he will. We'll see what Tony's hand. But
they are both deep, but it doesn't feel
both
like
very
they're
deep
enough
now.
to peel here to play a flop.
I think also it's safe to say that Kyle's recognised that obviously Tony's relatively competent, so his 3-bet sizing can certainly be on the smaller side. It achieves the same thing, and Tony does fold.
And we are still at 13 players. I would have thought, Chris, with the bubble bursting in the fashion that it did, having taken a while,
absolutely,
I was expecting some bust outs.
And that would obviously be commonplace within a tournament. But I think it's, I mean, Scott Berridge had the opportunity to knock out a player and declined it with Ace King, which is certainly a tighter fold than one might expect from Scott. But perhaps he's changing his game a little bit. I don't know.
We probably can't underestimate the importance of live reads in these situations as well. Do you think Scott Berridge had a live read on something?
Possibly. And it's folded round to the small blind, Kyle in the small blind. He's got the rather sticky DRE in the big blind. He certainly does like to defend. Does not like to fold, and surprisingly, I find Kyle's raised sizing here quite interesting.
He's been opting to 3x or close to 3x blind on blind currently. Is that currently the fashion?
I would certainly be in favour of making a larger bet when you're out of position, blind on blind, and if you have position. I think, especially when you're this deep, you certainly want to give yourself a much playability post flop when you're sort of certainly opening from anywhere on the table but from the small blind. But when the big blind has such a reasonable price to call, I would certainly be inclined to be going 2.5 to 2.8x.
Do you think that gives any indication about his range, his possible range?
What, the fact that he's opened at 2.2x? No, because Kyle's been doing that all the time.
He's been doing that.
Yeah. And again, that's a really good way to balance. It's very interesting. You see a number of people who vary their bet sizes accordingly. And yeah, obviously the issue with that is that you do allow yourself to be, people can sort of try to sort of fathom what sort of range of hands you have when people are adjusting their bet sizes dependent on nothing else but their own cards. And now we have Kyle having bet out on the flop, and Diari called is now led out on the turn for 23,000.
And the turn went check, I believe, was it?
No. The flop had a bet from Kyle, and Diari called, and Kyle's just using his aggression very well, and has got the fold from Diari. I think for Kyle, obviously, it's knowing how sticky someone like Diari is, he knows that Diari is going to be calling with second and third pair a lot there, and it allows him the opportunity to then put maximum pressure.
And were you wary of bluffing Diari, knowing his reputation as being sticky?
Yes, and to be honest, my shove, my bust out hand against Diari is probably fairly bad because of the likelihood of that I'm going to get a call from who's done it. But it's also a case of you're getting yourself so low on chips, you need to try and even get lucky just to give yourself the opportunity to win it. Let's face it, we're not really here looking to minimum cash. We're looking here to try and win the tournament. So we need to accumulate chips as quickly as we can. And the larger stacks have been able to really prosper during this bubble period, as is often the case, because they have been able to leverage their chip position and accumulate chips when everyone else is fearful of busting. So
all the money's up top, isn't it? Really.
Absolutely. Well, especially with the APAT package, the Vegas package that they've offered, which was, I believe, was it 1,700?
1,750, I think.
1,750 that they've added. I mean, it really is a
wonderful value.
I mean, you're looking at second place of 1.8 and first place of 4.3. Or 4.4.
Laptops, that's 6-7 laptops for second place?
Is this inflation, or are we actually looking at Well, we already said 11 earlier, and we decided that 11 was too cheap, so we needed to bring it down to 6 laptops. $350, yeah. So remember the crowd fund for Chris Webber's laptop, guys. That will be set up imminently, I'm sure, by Lee for me. Thanks, Lee.
And we are still at 13 players.
I'm starting to feel better about the fact that I busted in 14th, knowing the fact that no one else has then gone out and we're not on a final. I'm very surprised. Like Simon has said, it's very surprising to have not lost more people post bubble burst.
Just in case anybody missed that, Chris was suggesting that I was correct in something that I said there.
It's rare as it does happen.
So we saw some familiar faces this weekend, Chris. Some APAT legends.
Absolutely, yes.
Joe
And
Carhill was in the house.
Joe Carhill was indeed here. Yes, that's right.
That guy is. Ken McBride.
Ken McBride.
I had the pleasure of sitting next to Ken McBride all day yesterday. And he is a wonderful, wonderful human being. Tristan has corrected me by saying most of the day, yes.
And by most of the day, we mean a couple of hours, because in the middle of Costa runs, Simon's tournament didn't last that long. I mean, relative to Simon's regular tournament lasting, it was reasonable.
If Ken wants a black Americano, Ken's getting a
black Americano. Right.
Simple as that.
We had a open from Tony in early position, and it's got through.
Shake of the head and a fold. So we have 144 as an average.
Oh yes, we have adjusted the clock now. Yes, it's 144.
And there are 1.875 million chips in play now. I would estimate Tony's chip stack at around about the 250,000 mark.
It is around 250,000, absolutely, yes. And I would think it's safe to assume that, let's just look at Kyle's chip stack next to him. Kyle is probably playing about 300,000. He's got he's got 3 blacks nestling under his stack of browns as well. So, I mean,
so between the two, they have a third of the chips in play almost.
Yeah, just under. We do still have some short stacks around. Let's just have a look at the other table. Let's just give some rough chips counts for you.
As we walk over to the other table, there is an all-in and a call. No. Just some chips movement.
Some guy bet some chips and the other guy folded, so that's what's happened there.
I tried to make it more exciting for you. I mean, you can't see the other table, so I could make up things that are happening to make it really exciting. Like straight flush versus straight flush, odds versus
I find it slightly odd
things.
that Grosvenor allow their dealers to deal without their shirts on, but yeah.
But what a body to do it with.
Absolutely.
She's an attractive specimen.
That sounds really bad. It is a guy.
It is a guy. He is fully clothed.
Yes, he's fully clothed. And yeah.
Scott Berridge, do you want to tell everyone what you're listening to? In your headphones? Sorry? House. Scott Berridge is listening to Progressive House through his headphones. Progressive House? Hard House? Funky House? Funky Hard House. Scott is too old to be listening to that kind of music, everyone.
You're never too old, Simon. You're never too old.
He is an old school raver, what can you say?
I can see his jaw clicking from side to side, but...
I don't know what that means.
No.
By the way, our parents have left the APAT area, so now's our time to be pretty controversial if we want to be, and inappropriate. So look forward to that over the next 10 minutes.
Any complaints or questions, absolutely write them in the chat box.
Yeah. Somebody might get around to looking at some point, or, I mean, I won't. We'll see.
Lee's come down to sort out the stream, but has largely been just found chatting to the attractive waitresses.
Now that's a trend I've noticed all weekend. Lee
absolutely
likes an attractive waitress. Is it because he's got money in his bank? He won a tournament.
Did he?
At some point, yeah, about 4 years ago.
Oh, he did. What did he win?
I've heard rumours that he bought into a tournament for 1 penny and cashed for £1.3 million.
Seems fairly optimistic.
But he won't give me any of that money. I've asked him, I've tried, but he won't do it. What's going on? Chips are moving, people have won pots.
Yes,
and we're talking gibberish. What else is going on around the room, Chris?
Well, fantastic, actually, as it is. There is the Vegas satellite has been very well received in Portsmouth. We actually have 23 runners so far, or 23 unique entries so far. And I don't know if on previous occasions they've struggled to, or they've in fact had an overlay, but certainly this time there is 2,100 in the prize pool. So currently we're looking at a Vegas seat and 400 and some amount. Was it 750?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So £450 for second place.
So one of those 23 people are going to Vegas courtesy of APAC.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
And let's not forget the winner of the main event will also be going to going to Vegas. Rather.
Are you going to Vegas this year, Chris?
Next year.
Next year?
I don't know yet. Oh, hang on. We have a shove.
Only people are still playing poker.
Yes.
So
we have
see what's going on.
So we have a shove from Ben 1 for 33,000. And we have a fold from Tony in the small blind. And Kyle has folded in the big blind.
That seemed to be a bit of a strut when he was raking those chips in the American group. There was definitely a side to side. And a smile.
A shake. A shuffle.
A shuffle. A winning shuffle. All in and a call on the out table. Ace 10 versus Ace Jack. Ace Jack is at risk, and we see a flop of 3-9-7. No help to Ace 10. Turn of Deuce of Diamonds. Only a 10 will win it.
And it's an 8.
And an 8 on the river. So Ace Jack holds, but there is a call of maybe a possibility of a 6th card to complete the straight draw. But dealer says no and counts up chips and breaks me.
And we have Ben 1 has moved in again now for a slightly larger amount. It's fold from Tony on the button. Kyle folds the small and Diari asks for a count.
How much has he moved in for there, Chris?
He appears to have moved in for 45, about around 50k.
Nearly 50k, which is how many big blinds?
And Diari has made the call.
We see a call.
So Ben has a pair of 7s. Diari has the King-Queen suited. And the board has come a very interesting 4-4-6, 2 diamonds. Turn is the King, leaving Ben with 2 outs, which he has not hit. And we lose Ben in 13th place.
So he's lost all his chips. He will not be allowed to play any more poker. Is that correct?
I believe that is how poker tournaments work these days, yes.
And does he have to leave the room immediately?
He has to be escorted out if he wants.
Escorted out of the room.
Absolutely,
okay,
yes.
good.
That was very unfortunate for Ben there. Obviously, he was grinding a short stack for a while. Managed to grind it a little bit longer than others, but has got the first payment of £180. We also have a really rather curious payment increase. 12th is also 180, but if you ladder to 11th, you get 190.
Big jump.
It is a big jump. It's certainly one that might sort of put someone off making a move.
I wonder if he's going to buy a laptop with this £180.
The big blind on the other table.
Lee has come over with some very interesting news.
We're just balancing up the tables, I believe. So big blind from the other tables moving over.
We are going to be getting a new player on the feature table. It is Mr. Scott Berridge.
And Lee, why were you so excited at that news?
Because obviously Scott's probably got plenty of people at home that will be supporting him deep in this tournament. So he's now on the feature table.
Marvellous.
Which is always good.
Well,
it's always nice when there's people on the feature table that have got people at home that will be supporting them and cheering them on.
See it raised to 26,000 from under the gun in this hand. We are playing 5-handed currently.
We are playing 4,000, 8,000.
Until Scott arrives to make it 6. I'm not sure that we've seen any cards. Are we? Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
Now we have a very sizable 3-bet from Kyle.
He needs another tray, so I think he's bringing chips with him.
And we will certainly talk to you about Scott's impending arrival.
He needs a 3rd tray.
We will talk to you about Scott's impending arrival, but we do have a very interesting hand here. We've had an open to 26k and a fold after Kyle has 3-bet, effectively putting Scott all in. Lee seems to be fist pumping a particular score. How's your accumulator looking, Lee?
Well, Ibrahimovic. I already had Austin to score, and Ibrahimovic to score, and somebody else. Oh, Sanchez. So
How much fatter is your already very fat wallet about to get, Lee?
a bit.
A bit.
How many laptops do you stand to win?
Yes, in fact, yes. This is how we should have asked it. How many laptops do you stand to win?
I feel now as if I should be buying you a laptop.
Well,
I mean, if we're giving out free laptops, I have a laptop. But if we're giving out free laptops, I feel like I deserve one. Scott Berridge has come over to the feature table.
There's a lot of chips there, isn't there?
There is a lot, yes.
Feels like a lot.
How would you expect these chips to be stacked, guys? Now, what are you hoping for?
I'm hoping for stacks of 10. I think it looks more intimidating. What do you think about that, Chris?
I think Scott looks to be playing. We actually don't have any of the large denomination chips, or very few, but he's still looking at about 100.
I'm more interested in how is he going to stack them?
Oh, well, like a cretin at the moment. No. But it's all right.
You're all getting to witness this because he's in perfect view on the screen. So.
What everyone has to appreciate is that Scott doesn't often have this many chips. So.
No. What do you think about the strategy of just putting your chips in a big pile and just and then
just declaring that you have a certain amount and leaving it at that?
Just pushing it a certain amount over whenever you want to make a bet. I mean, you don't necessarily have to get. That feels to me like it's a decent strategy because nobody would ever guess how many chips you have. Is that legal? Can you do that?
I'm so tired. Tristan is about to take over the mic to answer that really rather stupid question.
How tempted are you currently to walk over to Scott Berridge's stack and knock every single one of those tiles over? Not just Scott Berridge's, I mean anybody's. We're not just discriminating against Scott Berridge here, but literally anybody's stack.
Well, very tempting indeed. So I mean, he actually pushed the trays over as well, almost clearing the whole.
Sorry, Chris. I didn't realise that Chris had given you the microphone. I don't really care about your response. That's mainly it was mainly directed at Chris, but he's gone. Where is Chris? Oh, he is. He's still here. So we're going to leave you in the capable hands of Tristan while me and Chris go and get some fresh air. So see you shortly for the final table. Bye.
Okay, cheers, Simon. Okay, guys, thanks to Simon and Chris for the commentary. Alas, the standard will go down a bit with me here now, but I apologise for that. But we're playing 4-8 with an 800 Andy. Fold around to Scott in the small line. He's going to complete. Patrick checks his option in the big blind. Flop is King, Queen, 5. Check, check. 6 on the turn. Ace of Hearts on the river.
So then there were 12.
or an add-on. I'll go speak to them.
The problem being, right, instead of letting someone rebuy, we let them re-enter, and then we let them pay.
Then they have the opportunity to rebuy or add on.
And then we let them
Is it
have
that
their
they go
rebuy.
in as a
So being a
fresh-
re-entry, we let them have a rebuy. Being a rebuy, we're saying you can only have 2 ballots, but people other people have 3.
But they've not had 3 in the same entry. They re-enter as a completely separate entry. Is somebody complaining about the fact that we've let somebody have 3 bullets or not?
I don't think it's a point of trying to appease them. It's more a point of we need to be fair to them all. If we've given John Murray 3 bullets, why would we not give Dave Kingsville 3 bullets?
Okay, so the option is then you make it a rebuy and or add-on.
I think on this occasion.
But if John Woo, the trouble is, if John Woo takes his add-on as well,
He's
then
not.
he's had 4.
He's not. He can't. Because he entered as a new person and he has a that's it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what the argument is in the first place.
Okay, so we just make it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what the argument is in the first place. Is you don't have to give them both. Because you're arguing what I just said first time round. Yeah, because you can't. Otherwise, it's never ending.
Yeah.
But basically, no. But basically, if they have the rebuy, treat that as a re-entry, same as we did for.
So we're just having a discussion about the Vegas satellite, which has gone very, very well today.
Okay, Lee, whereabouts are we with that satellite? Would we approach in 2 seats? Would that possibly be?
I don't think we're quite going to get there, but we've certainly got add-ons due, I think, at the end of this level. So we're certainly going to see one package plus a very decent cash prize, which can be split. They're allowed to do deals on the cash element if they want to split that when they're sort of 3-handed or 4-handed or something. So.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, very much so. Right, back to the poker. Mr. Burrows comes in with an open to 18,000. Alright, Tony Johnson is going to come in with a 3-bet from the button here. Folded round, okay, back on Scott now. Okay, Simon's back from his fresh air. Alright, so how you doing?
Hello.
Okay, Simon, action's back on Scott here after Tony 3-bet the button. Shows the ace of spades.
Touch the table in a gentleman melee, while Tony rakes in the chips. Common trend among this feature table.
Yes, Tony's chipping up quite nicely, so.
What do you think of Tony's last single? Lego House, was it? Very good on the guitar. I apologise for my mumbling. I am eating a mint. And if there's anything else you'd like to know about what I'm currently doing, please feel free to comment below.
Can you say now? I've got a piece of chewing gum on the go, so.
I'm hoping to see a pyramid from Tony's
guys,
chips.
folded round.
I feel that's the optimal strategy at this point. What do you think?
To Tony.
Gotta love a pyramid.
He's on the cut-off, he folds. Carl's got the button.
Do you remember that nice guy Dave Howard?
Opens to 16.
Where did he go to?
Somebody
Jerry
said he's
Ford.
gone to live in Saudi Arabia or something.
Oh, is that right? Yeah. That neck of the
It doesn't work on Fridays.
No, it doesn't work on Fridays, that's right, yeah.
He
Benton
was
the Big.
he built a good pyramid.
He did buy the field, a good field.
Yeah.
Just going to let it go. Carl scoops in the pot.
Now, as the blinds increase, we are going to start seeing some shorter stacks looking to get the money in. Is that right, Tris?
Absolutely right, Mr. Brooksy, boy.
Oh, we've got an all-in on the other table. Kings versus nines. Kings have held on a 4 Queen Jack 4-7 board. And there are stacks of chips being passed over to another player, John, seat 3 John. You have very good eyesight, Mr. Webber. His name may well be Tyler. Tyler Dexter is his name. Possibly his name. I mean, there is a ticket saying Tyler.
Right, back to table 1. Carl's going
That looks to be very well
open a pot to 16,000.
Have you been talking over me this whole time, Tristan? Very good.
No, just for the last few seconds.
Okay, fair enough. Apologies if that's been confusing back at him. Are we going to see a flop here, Tristan? Wow.
Yeah, Jerry fold. Carl opened. Jerry called from the button. Flop is Queen of Spades, 10 of clubs, 7 of clubs.
Now these 3 cards in the middle, Tristan, they're all black. Does that have a bearing on how people are going to start playing this hand?
I think it's known as I bet it's a prime hand, isn't it? Absolutely.
It is a prime hand.
It's a prime hand.
You get 3 to 1 for that.
Yeah.
4 to 1 if the dealer also has
4 to 1.
4 black cards. 3 black
Right,
cards.
well, Carl's going to check raise this bet from Derry. 30. He's going to prime up to 61.
Nope,
No,
71.
71 even.
And we have an all-in. And I think we're going to get counts before we get a commitment of movement of chips.
Yeah, Jerry shipped all in, and we're going to have to get a count here, I imagine.
And we're just waiting for confirmation of the official count. I would guesstimate 120,000 plus the 50, plus the 30 odd.
It's the same numbers, aren't you?
Are those numbers correct though?
It looks to be about 180, 190,000.
Really? They're stacks of 20, right?
Yeah.
So that's 100, 110.
There's 2 blacks.
150. Yeah, but that's what I said, not including the 50. $218,000 is the count, and we see a fold from Mr. Cappuccino. And a very nice pot being dragged in. Looks like we've got a bus out on the other table. Gentleman in a black jacket. 11 left, I think. Black Jacket John has departed in 12th, leaving now only 5 Johns on the other table and 6 Johns on the feature. I think that equals 11. So are we one player from our final table?
No, it's a 9-handed final.
9-handed final table. So we are 2 players away from the promised land of the final table. And we see an all-in from Ben.
Yeah, I don't want to be the boring one again, Si.
But you're going to be.
He talks about it properly. Yeah, I know. Anyway, Carl opens 16. Jerry calls, and Ben ships the lot in, ships the beans in.
How much do you think that is, Tristan? I think that's about 200k. About 210k from Chris. Eagle-eyed Chris Webber.
Yeah, the
multiple bracelet winner.
The top boy says it's about 210.
APAP poster boy.
I I really hate you.
Thing is, he probably will be just about right. It looks very cool, actually.
Oh, we have another all in on the other table. Queen 5 versus Queen 7. King Deuce Queen 6 turn, and an ace on the river, and the 7 plays. Queen 7 holds, and
Okay, Scott fold.
seat 5,
Patrick
black
folds.
polo shirt John, unfortunately departs us in 11th place. So we are down to 10, and officially the final table bubble. We are excited here in Portsmouth. We're still waiting for a...
Nice fold. Okay,
We,
then he's gonna
did we see some
scoop that.
physical abuse here on the feature table there? Scott Berridge is commentating on his own hand and had pocket 5s apparently.
He claims he actually folded a hand, pocket 5s. I very much believe him there.
And,
5s.
Tony and his ridiculous amount of chips are now moving.
We are losing Tony Johnson from our feature table.
He might need more than the one tray.
My fear is that he is. It's going to say. It's going to.
He may clear the casino
Tristan,
out chip trays.
Tristan. We're talking. Me and the general public are having a conversation. It's going to take Tristan longer to stack up his chips than it is to lose a player and reach the final table. Is my estimation. Tristan is itching to say something extremely important. Carry on, Tristan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Simon. It's just with Tony's chip count, he might actually run the casino out of trays and may have to take 3 or 4 trips to the next table.
Very important
But
point.
he's found some help from Chris Webber. So only 2 trips are needed. 1 each for Chris and Tony.
Now, Chris Webber has helped him there by carrying his chips. Would you say that Chris Webber is there for some kind of errand boy?
Yeah. I mean, what do they call him? Is it runners? Perhaps is he Tony's runner? Would you say?
Is he hoping that somebody's going to buy him a laptop for helping?
I imagine. I mean, I can only say so. I mean, Chris being Tony's runner has to be something, laptop orientated in that.
Yeah, I think he's looking for a laptop as payment.
I just want chips.
So we are now 500 on each table.
Officially, final table bubble. Officially, it's
Official final table bubble is correct.
So the unofficial final table bubble.
Well, that's
it's just
also
a final
correct,
table
yeah.
bubble. It's just a final
Yeah.
table. Action is on Scott Berridge.
With the Hugo boss top.
He has picked up a stack of yellow chips and moved them into the centre of the table. It was an aggressive limp.
No, that is actually, he has shipped with the all-in. He shipped the whole beans. The whole beans.
So
All of
he picks up a call, announced all. He picked up a call, announced all in, and shows ace 9.
When clarification is asked of whether he has moved all in, he then does very helpfully reach for 5 greys and put those in the box well.
Scott Berridge, unaccustomed to holding this amount of chips, unaware of the etiquette of professional
events. He's actually he has done very well in previous events. As if you even sort of say hello to Scott, he will tell you about.
He is a big fan of house music, but just ever so slightly too old for that to be credible.
Brooksy, you are never too old.
Where do you think he got his card protector from, Simon?
It's very silver. I can't see what's written on the front of it, Tristan.
We'll have to have a...
Does it say APAT on it?
I don't actually know. Anyway.
I'm not sure what it is.
What's this? It looks pretty
on your card protector? The public are asking, what's on your card protector? It says on his card protector, doesn't feel very heavy. It doesn't feel like it's real silver.
He's suggesting it's fake.
Oh, it's a Grosvenor Casino. It says, I took on the Goliath 2015. It doesn't say that he won, so it just says he took it on.
There it is.
It's basically a bit of tack. Have we got action? What's going on? Oh, we haven't. Okay, nobody's been dealt cards yet.
Probably missed a hand. Okay, anyway, 4 and 8K. Make sure I'm not speaking at the same time as Simon again.
Feels like the players are taking it a bit more seriously than the commentators. What do you think about that, Tristan?
I think there's no doubt about that, Simon, to be honest with you.
We have a viewer who's viewing the television as we speak. He's looking on very, very interested. Have you got anything to say to the public?
I think Diari's got a good chance of winning.
I think Diari's been playing very well. He's very impressive. Now, have you played with Diari before? Are you friends with Diari? Now, we've been discussing his reluctance to fold. Is that a common trait with Diari?
He is known for that, I must say.
He is known. And we've also been discussing his moustache. Now, is that professionally coiffured?
I think he aspires to Super Mario, and as he plays his poker in the style of a bit of a character, you know, he likes to live up to that Mario-esque play, really.
That might be the best interview we've had all weekend.
Literally.
Is he a plumber?
Part-time.
Part-time plumber. Part-time plumber.
Part-time poker pro as well, I think.
Part-time poker pro and a part-time plumber.
Part-time plumber, part-time poker.
I wouldn't mind that life.
I like that mix. It would be better
mind
than
that
mine.
Part-time lucky punk as well.
Part-time lucky punk, says about. Thank you very much, mate.
He's a part-time punter, plumber, and poker player.
Part-time poker player, punter.
Oh my goodness! There's another APAC guy.
Oh my word!
A legend
Park,
that's come in.
Scottish national captain, 2016 gold medal winner, and bracelet winner, is here. Tom, hi.
Hi.
Now, Tom, you promised me stick a rock earlier. Has that transpired yet?
No, not yet. No.
When am I going to receive this stick of rock?
It closes in 5 minutes.
Why am I having to get my own stick of rock? Things have happened. People have turned over cards. People are laughing. That is the update. Now, Tom, you played the Vegas Satellite today. Is that correct?
Yeah, still playing.
You are still playing in the Vegas Satellite. There are 23 runners in this Vegas Satellite. That feels like a success.
Yeah, it's pretty good. 23 runners, 2 re-entries, 4 add-ons. So.
And how many chips have you got?
17,000.
17,000. That feels like a lot.
It does. I lost the minimum with John Murray, Ace Jack v Ace King, blind v blind. So.
And how is your table playing? You have John Murray on your table, which is also a daunting prospect. But who else do you have on your table? Any APAC regulars that the audience out there might recognise?
Just Joe Harris. I think that would be the only one.
I played with Joe Harris all day yesterday. Well, I say all day. I mean until I bust out. She was playing very, very well. I was very impressed with the way that she was playing.
She'd done a complete soul read in John Murray as well. She bet the river. He shipped and she called with top pair, no kicker, and it was good.
It's very, very impressive. But John Murray, I mean, he has a tendency for just shoving river, almost blind, without looking at his cards. I don't think that's a winning strategy. But you know, John Murray is a very successful APAC regular. So obviously you're looking to go to Vegas in the summer.
Yeah, we're probably going anyway. So if I can get a package, that'd be ideal.
And you've just come back. You went for a week or so in the beginning of this month. Is that correct?
Yeah, 10 days. Yeah, great to come back to this cold weather. And
you are Scottish, so you must be pretty used to the cold.
Yeah, you're going from like 27 to -6. So.
And did you have any troubles coming down south? Presumably it's snowing in Edinburgh?
I almost missed my flight. Had a few transport delays going through to Edinburgh Airport. The main waterway between Glasgow and Edinburgh is like closed in a
So
15-mile stretch. But
they have an airport in Scotland now.
they'll actually get 3. Well,
That's-
no, they've got 3.
That's incredibly exciting. It's almost. Has it lost its tag as a third world country yet?
No, not quite.
Not quite yet. Not quite yet. So how many people are in the Vegas satellite?
I think there's 23 players, but there's like 29 buy-ins just with re-entries and add-ons and stuff.
There's a lot of value in that tournament.
One seat, and then there'll probably be like cash for second.
And do we have any funny stories from Vegas that you can tell us?
No, none that I can tell. No.
None that you can tell. Okay. I'd imagine, and I know that he's watching. I can imagine Stu Ward was the instigator of most of these funny stories that we're not allowed to say on air.
Surprisingly not. No, Stu was very unstu-like for being Stu.
See, Stu is a wonderful, wonderful human being, but from what I know of Stu, his mouth is a little bit bigger than his drinking capabilities.
Well, he can drink a lot, but he can swear a lot more. So.
He can drink it very quickly, and then I've seen a video of him in a Premier Inn, slumped on a chair, and 6 o'clock in the evening. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, you can corroborate that.
Yeah, I was sharing with him that weekend.
You were sharing with him that weekend.
Thankfully, I hadn't arrived at that point, but yeah.
Did he ever make it up to his room, or is he still in a gutter somewhere in Manchester?
Oh, he actually made it back out the same night. He came back into the card room in Luton and was greeted with a standing ovation.
That boy is an animal. Do you think his beard gives him special powers?
Probably, yeah. Probably. It's quite an impressive beard.
I've just realised that having had this conversation with you, which has been a wonderful 5 minutes, we've actually lost a player, and it looks like we are on the official final table. I don't know who we've lost. Did we lose anybody on the feature table? Did we lose anybody on the feature table? Was there on that one? Okay, let's have a look at the Johns on table 2 and see which John we have lost. It appears. I'm not sure which John we've lost, but we've lost a John, and we're now on the. We have just been joined, ladies and gentlemen, by Shirley Cole or Carter. One of them. What is Cole? That's what I said. The first one I said. Yeah, Cole. Ex-England captain from this year. Bronze, silver medal winner.
Oh, definitely a silver.
How has your weekend been, Shirley?
Fantastic.
You are playing in the Vegas satellite, is that correct?
Playing very well.
You're not playing very well?
One of those rare occasions where Shirley Cole isn't playing very well.
How many chips have we got?
Down to about 7,000.
7,000. Now Tom Clark here, Scotland International, gold medal winner. I'm not saying that's better. He has 17,000. Yeah, I know. Is he now a favourite to go to Vegas?
Yeah, he probably was, but he has let me down this weekend.
He's let you down this weekend. How's he let you down this weekend?
Because I put all my Staker investment into Mr. Clark.
Now we've been talking about Staker quite a lot this for the last hour or so. Did you also make the mistake of staking John Murray, as I did?
No, I never made that mistake.
Yeah. You took a stake in John Murray as well. See, I think that's we've counted about 4 people that have taken a stake in John Murray, and therefore 4 people that don't like money very much.
Yeah, I wasn't one of those.
You weren't one of those. You enjoyed a summer in Vegas. Are you, if you, regardless of whether you win one of these packages, which an incredible value, are you going to go to Vegas in the summer?
There's a good chance I will be there, Simon.
Is it because Daniel Negreanu might be there?
I do have a little liking for Mr.
He's a nice man, and he's he's quite short, so he's on your eye level, which is good. I'm not saying you're short. You're average height for a lady.
Taller than me, Simon.
Is he taller than you? We have a veritable rail of APAT legends waiting for this final table.
We definitely have a lot of short people. Right, so it must be Tony, you 9. Tony's 9, yes. Right, that's ready for you now.
Berridge.
Scott Berridge has been texting you today, I hear. Is that correct?
Well, he thought he was texting me, but it was actually John Murray.
He was texting John Murray. And what were John Murray's replies to these text messages?
Well, pretending to be me, he declared my undying love for Scott.
And was that love requited?
I got no reply.
Oh, he is a cold human being, that Scott Berridge. More on this APAT love triangle in next instalment. We are now on a break while we're waiting for the final table to be set up. This stream is now going to be finished, and you'll be able to see the final table live and direct on another stream, and also you'll be able to catch up on it after it's finished via YouTube. So join us again in approximately 10 minutes for the final table. So excited! Five minutes apparently, not 10. So